Friday night, folks, and you know what that means. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Tardis Zone Talks on this Friday evening. We're just going to do something slightly different tonight because it is, or would have been, Verity Lambert's 85th birthday today. The woman, the legend, that obviously brought Doctor Who to our screens. So it's all about Verity tonight. So if anybody would like to, especially any of the ladies in the chat, if you'd like to come on and tell us how much this woman means to you, why she's such an inspiration. And, you know, in a male-dominated BBC, this woman was able to make her way. I just have to realise, and I spelled her name wrong there. I'll put 2 R's in. I'll have to fix that. That's annoying me now. I hate when I make a mistake like that. Just like I did last night with the assassination of Bleeding Kennedy. I got the date wrong, day out. But I hope he's enjoyed the video anyway. It's her birthday. So, yeah, I'm going to put the link in the stream. Now, last night, of course, I didn't realise until it was too late that we had a troll on the panel. Now, they did behave themselves, but I just want to say I'm not going to tolerate that tonight. This is about Verity Lambert, and I don't care if you have personal beefs with me and you think it's all funny. You won't be coming on anymore. It's as simple as that. I'm going to make sure now Lee is here tonight, so Lee is going to be vetting everybody before they come on, and I'm not having anybody on controversial either. This is about Verity Lambert. I'm not going to have anybody ruin this stream. Over the last couple of weeks, we've had a few people, and the person that's trolling me thinks I'm an absolute idiot because they're texting me on Twitter and pretending that someone is using their name and pretending to be them, but yet you had the exact same voice. So listen, it's not happening anymore because, you know, I think I've been patient enough. You know, every time you come on, you're trying to cause a bit of an argument. You'll bring up subjects deliberately because, you know, the propaganda out there makes you all think that I'm racist and stuff. So when you tried to bring that up about Roots Doctor and stuff, you were actually surprised at the answers it was given because everybody out there, if you were to listen to the J-bots, apparently according to all them, I'm a racist. But if people actually listen to me videos and watch me streams, they will see that it's actually a load of bull. So you could try all your little dirty party tricks. You won't be coming on the channel anymore. And that's the end of it. You've twice now, we've given you the benefit of the doubt, and twice now you've acted like an idiot. So you won't be coming on anymore, and that's as simple as that. So if you see that person pop up in the chat, do me a favor, remove them straight away, right? They'll probably have several accounts as well. So if you see any new names come in that we've never seen before, check out their account. If they have no subscribers on their channel, it's more than likely a fake account. So get rid of them. It's as simple as that. Right, the link is going in the chat. So Lee will obviously pop in and he will be backstage vetting you all, making sure that it goes smoothly tonight. As I said, this is about Verity Lambert. It's about Doctor Who, and it's about her legacy. So we've already got one person waiting, two people waiting. So fantastic. We'll build the owl. We'll get a few more people in before we start introducing. No, yeah, don't worry, Chris. We know you're real. Jesus, you'll know the people that are. Um, by the way, I haven't watched The Mandalorian, the new episode, so please keep spoilers out of the chat. I have seen a few things on Twitter. I will say, spoiler free review. It seems to be the most popular episode so far. A lot of people are loving this story. Obviously, there are some fans out there giving out again. We'll get more into that when we do the Mandalorian review next week. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the episode, and we'll see. And Chris says, "Sorry, I couldn't help myself." Very funny. Right, Lee. I seen you in the chat there. If you could get yourself into the studio as well, because a lot of people were saying it as well, and I actually agree. It's not the same without you, and I have to refresh myself for a second. Just give us a second. Right, I'm back. I'm back. Right, I can see some familiar names in the chat. That's absolutely fantastic. What I might do is actually just for tonight, I might just take the familiar people that we normally have on, because it is about Verity Lambert, and I'm not having any trolling or messing during this. No way. And by the way, I just hope that people out there that accuse me of being toxic and stuff, and accuse me of all of this other rubbish, actually come on to me streams and see the behavior of these people and how they act. And I've been very calm and very nice about it all. Even when one of them tried to get into a big, huge debate last week on the channel, I was, I was patient and calm about it when I could have, very easily lost the plot, because they're only coming on here to try and disrupt what we do here on the channel. There's a few out there, as you know, that think I'm racist and transphobic and homophobic and all of this rubbish. And this is why they come on to these streams. They want to try disrupt, and then they want to come on and have their little 5 minutes of fame so they can brag to their mates. And that's what it's all about, bragging, because then when they come on, then they celebrate as if like all their Christmases and birthdays have all come in the one day, which is a very sad existence to have. But there you go. That's the modern fan. I wouldn't even call it a fan, to be honest. People like that aren't fans, they're trolls. There's the link is in the chat again. So if you want to come on, please do. Please do. It's there. I did see Raymond O'Reilly was there, and then he popped out. Raymond, if you want to try get back on again, I'll put you on after problem being the way you would have been if you turn back up. We'll give it another 5 minutes, guys, that are waiting in the studio. Actually, Lee is going to vet you. I'm only joking. He knows who you are already. Yous are fine. But don't forget to like, share, subscribe and stuff. But look, I was thinking about this whole thing about Verity, and it just got me thinking about what it would have been like for a woman going into the BBC back in those days, because let's be honest, it was, and everybody knows this. This is not any news or anything. But back in the day, television was male dominated. So all the producers, all the directors, all the people that were writing stories. Now, I'm not saying they were all male, but the majority of them were. It was a male-dominated era, and she made her way in that male-dominated era, and she made a mark for herself. And I said this on last night's video. She is probably, if not the best, well, she is the best TV producer, female producer ever, in my opinion. I mean, what she did with the budget that she had, and it nearly went all pear-shaped. Remember that the Kennedy assassination could have derailed this whole show. She fought for it to be shown again, and it was, and the rest is history. Listen, this show, even though there was other people involved in the making of this show, if Verity didn't push it and didn't say, no, listen, we want another chance, put it out there. If she hadn't have done that, we wouldn't be sitting here today talking about Doctor Who. We wouldn't even know each other. So she does get a lot of credit as far as I'm concerned, because she fought for this, she believed in it, and look what she produced with the budget that she had. I mean, you try get someone to do that today, you won't get someone to do that today. They wouldn't be able to do what Verity was able to pull off back in those days. She's a legend of TV, but she's a legend within the Doctor Who fandom, and she always will be. And this woman is I said it last night as well, for all the young women out there that are looking for female role models, and some of you look to kind of Jodie Whittaker as a bit of a role model. I would say that she's the wrong sort of role model, if I'm honest. A woman like Verity Lambert is the right kind of role model. This woman worked hard for where she got. I'm not saying Jodie hasn't worked hard to where she got. Of course she has. But the difference is between herself and Miss Whittaker is that I can guarantee you that if Miss Whittaker was in the situation that Verity was in back in the day, we wouldn't hear anything of Jodie Whittaker. She would have caved. You need to be a strong kind of person. Verity was the right kind of role model for young girls in this fandom. And when I hear people like the Time Ladies, one particular member of that, and then you've got the Sisterhood of Karn, and you've got all of these other feminist groups that have gotten into the Doctor Who fandom, and you listen to them, you would think that there was no female representation in Doctor Who whatsoever. Now, Verity Lambert, it didn't just stop with her. For anybody that knows Doctor Who's history, and these kids claim that they do, but when they write books about it, you can tell that they're clueless. Verity Lambert wasn't the only female involved in Doctor Who. Throughout Doctor Who's actual whole history, it has had strong women all the way through, whether it's behind the camera, whether writing stories, whether helping with RTD and produce, right? Or, as I said, in front of the camera, in front of the screen, we've had strong female companions. This whole rhetoric, right? This whole rhetoric that the other side pulled, those people that I mentioned, they absolutely have no clue, right? And see, the thing about it is, Verity Lambert is the wrong kind of feminist for them, or the wrong kind of woman to look up to, because she had to fight hard for what she got. These women nowadays don't want to fight hard for what they want. They want everything handed to them. And that's the sad thing. And then when they don't get their way, you just see one particular member at the time late. She's always bloody moaning. She's never happy about something. I mean, she went after Big Finish last year as well. How many female writers do you have? Who gives a shit how many female writers do you have? If the stories are good, why does it matter so much? Do you know what I mean? It's the same with Doctor Who, right? Why does it matter so much? If the women are good enough to write for Doctor Who, they'll be picked to write for Doctor Who, wouldn't they? That's the thing. And I'm not saying there's not talented women out there. There are plenty, right? But the thing about it is, can the majority of them write sci-fi? I don't know, because we don't see them. So, look, at the end of the day, women have come a long way in the TV industry, right? In some cases, I say they've actually taken over, right? No problem with that. No problem with that. The problem I have is you look at the kind of TV they're producing now. It's all crap. It's all crap. And even the male directors and writers that agree with all of this nonsense, look at the stuff that they're writing. It's all crap. Look at our strong female characters. They're not strong female characters. They never were strong female characters. They write them all like men. And not only that, a strong female character to them has to get there on the expense of a man, right? It's off a man's back. It's never done by their own thing, right? They have to do it off a man's back, right? I mean, look at Jodie Whittaker's doctor. I mean, it's been a man for over 50 years decide to bring a woman in. Who thought that was a good idea? Who? And here's a question, actually. This is going to sound bad, and the J-bots will hate this, and I don't care. But who gives any woman the right to come in and think that she could play the role after 50-odd years? I'm sorry, but you don't have that right. Yeah, and I don't think Jodie Whittaker is a worthy successor because I don't think that her CV and I don't think her acting chops are up to the job. But Verity Lambert started all of this off. And the other question I will ask is tonight, when he's telling me what she means to you, the question I'll ask is tonight is this. Would Verity Lambert be in favour of this iteration of the Doctor? Would she be a fan of the female Doctor? It'd be interesting to know what you guys all think. Now, without further ado, I'm going to bring on my first guest tonight and get the ball rolling. So hold on, I'll get the old stopwatch up. There we go. So we'll give everybody about 12 minutes, yeah, tonight, 12 minutes. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I'll put the link in the chat one last time before I bring on my guest. And then we'll see. Remember, Lee will be keeping an eye on the chat. He's in the studio and he'll be lurking about. Obviously, if new names pop in, that's when you'll see Lee. He's just in the background there. He won't do that until new people come in. But we don't have any yet, so that's good. I shouldn't really be saying that's good, but the night that's in it, I just don't want that to go wrong. So in a way, it is good. You know, it's about Verity Lambert. It's not about me or personal beefs that people have with me, and I'm sick of it. You know, it's ridiculous. Right, let's bring her on because she's been waiting, and apparently I don't like women, but there you go. I've got one on the panel. You must be me token lady on the panel, Charlotte. Must be that, because I hate women, apparently. I think yous are subhuman, apparently. Yeah. Well, let's welcome our first subhuman on the channel tonight. It's the one and only Charlotte Shields. She's gonna kill me.
I love the things I get called. Isn't it fun?
Oh, I know. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But we don't have to get into that. But obviously, Verity Lambert would have been 85 today. Gone too soon, by the way. I forgot to add that. It actually is sad to believe that she's gone, and she'd still be around if she didn't pass away. Cancer, it was obviously, but so sad because she was an inspiration. She inspired a lot of young women as well, though, in her time. To be honest with you, Charlotte. I just want to ask you, how do you feel about Verity Lambert on what would have been her 85th birthday? And I'll put that question to you as well. Do you think she would be a fan of this new iteration of the Doctor, a female Doctor? Do you think she would be a fan?
I don't know so much about that because probably out of a lot of others, I don't have as much of a knowledge. But I think the thing that is important to me is the importance she had with companions in the show, because from what I've heard, she had a lot to do with Barbara's like writing and how she was brought to being, and Susan. And if you think about like that in the first show, in the first Doctor's run, you've got two very powerful, very sort of, they're not going to be pushed around types of women. I know Susan might get a bit of a bad rep, but even from the bits I've seen, I think Susan was basically the heart. Like if you look at how she did Barbara and Susan, Barbara was very much the intellect, was the teacher. She was sort of the mother figure at times. So she was sort of the one that would be the more courageous one, and the one that would talk back to the Doctor and would pull him up, because he's just this weird old man to her. Like she doesn't know what a Time Lord is. She doesn't know what he's done. She just thinks, oh, here's this weird old man, and I'm trying to protect my students. So she was very strong. And like we said in the Aztecs, when we watched it a couple of weeks ago, she was the main character. Like the Doctor was there and everybody was there, but it was Barbara who was the center point of that story, and she was the one who had to basically deal with the leader, who was the sort of the villain of that piece. And then Susan, yes, she's softer, but the Doctor needs the heart, and I think that's, for me, that's the legacy of her with those two characters. Because when it comes to Who, even though the Doctor's such a big part to me for the show, and I've always said, if you've got a Doctor right, I can be forgiving for a lot of stuff. But the companion is supposed to basically be the moral compass, and that's what Susan, I think, was in the early run. She was basically the sort of softer side, and the Doctor needs that softer side at times because he's lived too much, he's seen too much bad morality, and he's made too many bad decisions. I think even in Hartnell there was some of that, and that's early Doctor. He needed that sort of soft edge, and that's what Susan did. So you can sort of say as well, by doing two of those two female characters, she sort of got both sides. She didn't just say, oh, the woman has to be the soft part. She was like, no, I'm going to sort of show the dual roles. Because, like you sort of said, in that time period, it was a man sort of dominated sort of atmosphere, and the BBC would have balked at a woman saying, no, I want to do this and I want to do that. And so she had to be very hard. So she understood that women sort of, they had this voice, they had this fire, and it just needed to be brought out. And that's what I think Barbara was to her. It was sort of her showing that. And then that bleeds through all the female companions. And I agree with you. And that's the thing that, as a female fan, I've said this before, but as we're talking about Verity, I'll say it again. There's this weird rhetoric that Doctor Who's a boys' club. It's never been a boys' club. It's been a club for everybody. Yes, because it's sci-fi, that tends to skew more male. That's just the way the genre works. And I'm sorry that reality hurts for some of these people, but that's just how it works. But the show,
right. I think that's when a lot of the
never said, oh, only boys can watch this. That's never been said with this show.
No. And the thing about it is as well, though, you are right. I mean, a lot of these young ladies that come out with this rhetoric, and you know who I'm talking about, we do see them a lot. They feature prominently in a lot of articles and stuff. I mean, they don't truly understand the history. See, they grew up with New Who, right? And
yeah, but here's the difference. So did I. And I've only just started watching Classic.
Yeah.
So, but I never thought the show was this sort of, like I said, men's club, boys' club, like this sort of thing. Because this is also, I know this isn't about Verity, but like I said, I think the impact of Barbara and Susan, you can see through all the female companions. Like, look at what Russell did. Like, he purposely made the companion save the Doctor at times.
Yeah.
Like, Rose wasn't this screaming female companion that didn't do anything. In her first episode, while the Doctor, he does his speech to the Nestine, and you think, oh, he's doing the Doctor moment, and he gets caught. And she has to swing on a thing and kick it, and that's what saves the day.
I know.
And it's just ridiculous. Like, and Verity was the start of this, because, like we've all said, the birth of this show had two women. If you think about Verity and Delia, I always get the name slightly wrong. Yeah. And like and in that time period, that meant they had to be the best in their job to get those positions.
I mean, Jordan Tom's era, you had a couple of a few female directors as well. Actually, if you watch a lot of the old DVDs, you see a lot of interviews with these people. I mean, this is the thing that annoys me, is that you have all of these women in the fandom that, as I said, are close to the show's production and stuff like that. They write their little articles, but they never seem to do proper research. And Verity's name, you notice, never gets brought up at all. You know, if one of them is promoting a book, like there is one called The Women of Who. But if you read it, it's the person that wrote the book is obviously someone we all know as well doesn't like me, but when you read the book, you could see that the person that's writing this book has tunneled vision. She's basically looking through her leftist and her ideology lens. So when she's writing this book about the women, yeah, she'll say they're strong to a certain extent, but then she'll add a kind of a caveat as if to say, well, blah blah blah, something about it, but it was always a man that was in charge or something like that. It's like they can't. Look. You're all right. You make a great point. Whether women like it or not, sci-fi is a kind of a male-dominated,
Yeah.
a dominated, what you call it, genre.
Yeah.
So, but there is nothing wrong with that. And as you said as well, it's not just exclusive to blokes. We haven't said to any women out there you can't be fans of Doctor Who. I mean, certainly the makers of the show over the years have tried to appeal the show to the mass audiences. So they haven't just aimed it at Doctor Who fans solely. They've tried to make it more mainstream, and especially in New Who, if you look at it, they've tried to make it more mainstream. And I think on the whole, under RTD, it worked. I don't know. Verity Lambert, I don't know if she'd be a fan. I don't know because, all I've ever seen is interviews with the woman.
Mm.
But I can't honestly say and sit here and say, well, yes, she wouldn't be a fan of a female doctor because she was for women's rights. Let's be honest about it. But would she be in favor of this and watching how the show is going now? And if she was alive today, would she pipe up and actually say, listen, I don't think this is a good idea. Maybe you should change it before you lose. I don't know. Would she still have it?
Yeah, but another thing that I've thought of, the Doctor, even though he's male, because the Doctor has basically, even though it's a very broad way to describe him, he's sort of a pacifist. Like, obviously there's exceptions, and the Doctor that has got many complex layers. But on the whole, the Doctor doesn't like violence. He doesn't like any sort of confrontational way to deal with things. He will always think, can I talk my way out of this? Can I think of a different way to solution? That's how the Doctor tends to work. And for a sci-fi action hero, like main role or whatever the proper title is, that's unique. You don't get many male characters in sci-fi who lead shows who will say, I won't use a gun, I won't use violence, I'll use science, I'll use intelligence. That's sort of a rarity.
Yeah.
And I think that appeals, if I'm being perfectly honest, to females. I know one of my favourite aspects of the Doctor is that sort of, like, my favourite title for him is The Lonely Angel, because I think he's such a unique one, because he will always say, no, we can find a better way. And half the time, he does that to sort of, the better way hurts him.
Yeah.
Like, he loses something or someone, or he gets hurt because he's trying to be the better person. And that appeals to females. I think that does, because it's a very sensitive way to deal with things.
Mm.
And that's what we sort of, I can't speak for everybody, but I think a lot of females, we respond to that. That it's a very sensitive, a very thoughtful sort of male character.
Yeah. Yeah, they've kind of ruined the dynamic is gone now. That, and I mean, I said this, and I've always said this. I think if you change a male dominated role and you change it to female, you already lose something even before you write acting on the screen. I mean, that relationship between companion and Doctor is a very unique relationship, and the dynamic for me has changed now because you've got a woman in the role. It just doesn't feel the same.
The problem is, you've got a showrunner whose weakest point is character. We've all said this. His weakest point is character development and characters in general. He can't create characters that you sort of can grab onto and really connect with. And that's been one of the massive faults of the female Doctor.
Yeah.
It's that he hasn't written her like with enough either faults or with enough sort of I don't know. She's too much of a blank slate as a character. And I think, honestly, to sort of link it back to Verity, I think sometimes when you have females writing females, that they don't feel like they have to sort of fall into stereotypes. Whereas a male writing a female character, I think Chris sometimes is scared to death of being called ist and foe. So that's why he doesn't write her a certain way. He's sort of always safe with her. She's never challenged. She's never really pulled up for anything, like other doctors have been in the past. And I think that's honestly because it's a male rating a female character. Eddie spoke about this in one of his streams. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, you make a valid point. I mean, look, this experiment hasn't worked. I don't know if, again, going because it is about Verity, going back to Verity, I don't know what the woman would be thinking if she's seeing this now. But knowing how hard she fought for the show, knowing about the struggles that she had to try get this show out on TV for herself, I don't know. I just don't think she'd be happy with the way it's gone. I mean, the ratings loss itself is quite staggering. But yeah, she would have been 85 today, but we have ran out of time. But before you do go, would you like to plug a couple of channels there, your social medias or whatever? I know we have your co-host on next anyway, so I'm pretty sure he'll do all the plugging anyway.
Yeah. Well, I sort of avoid social media like the plague. And for news, for channels, I would say Beware's dropped his latest audio. So if you've been following that, it's a good one. So have a listen to that. And Dan the Spacebook, because sometimes he lets me pop onto his streams.
Yeah. Not a bother. All right then. Listen, thanks for coming on, Charlotte, being the first caller.
Well, you need a token, don't you?
That's it. And now I've brought you on. Now I can act like a misogynist now for the rest of the stream.
Yeah,
so
because you're not talking to me.
That's it. Well, listen. I appreciate you coming on, and I value your opinions all the time, and you always store up some interesting points of view as well when you do come on. So thank you for coming on, and listen, thanks for your points of view. Really appreciate it. So I will see you tomorrow for Classic Two.
Yeah, have fun, everybody, for the rest of the stream.
See you later, Charlotte. Thanks. Right, we got a super chat from Rossi G12. It's a $14.99 super chat. Huge point, Charlotte. Doctor Who has never been a boys' club. I watched it since I was a girl and never felt that way. Thank you so much for that point. It is a fair point. It's not a boys' club, and it never has. Doctor Who has always tried to appeal to everybody. And I think that's why it has been the success that it has been. It's because it's been very clever. Every showrunner that's come in, they might have their own ideas, but they know who their audience is. If you were to look at Chris Chibnall's era, I'd say is he knows who his audience is, but doesn't like the audience and is trying to replace the audience. Unfortunately, we did say that was a huge gamble, and I remember even saying during Series 11, this is Chris Chibnall's attempt to get rid of old fans and introduce new fans to Doctor Who, his version. But unfortunately, we've seen 7 million households drop away because whether he likes it or not, fans and the general public, Doctor Who is like one of those familiar things. It's like marshmallows in hot chocolate. It's something that, it's always been there. It's an institution, right? When you see an institution like Doctor Who go the way it's gone, and the ratings gone down the pan, and you can see that the showrunner is trying to attract new. Listen, write a good sci-fi show for starters, and then the rest will follow. And if you write it clever enough, like RTD managed to do, then you will get the mass audiences watching again. But he won't listen to anybody. He has his own way of doing things, and according to him and Matt Stevens, remember, it's not a democracy. So let's bring on our next guest. It's the one and only Scottish Davros.
Hello, how are you? With this evening and happy birthday.
I'm not too bad, pal. I'm doing good.
And happy birthday to the Verity Lambert adopted her legend, and if it wasn't for her, there'd be no show. We wouldn't be on this channel talking to her. So, like in terms of master and within Verity Lambert, if you really think about it now, in the early days, she kind of helped save the show because it was already on the canvas, as they say. Because if it wasn't for if it wasn't for her actually coming out and supporting the Daleks as a concept, I don't think that the show could have um, um, survived because because the Daleks were a key concept in the beginning, and if she never woke up in defense of that concept, I don't think the show could have um, 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 survived. And it turns out she was absolutely 100% correct to fight for the Daleks, because if she never woke up to Sydney Newman and said, like, this is a good idea, and the idea we went had a show, and it turns out the Daleks debut the Daleks debut attracted just over 10 million viewers, so it was the correct decision. In terms of other contributions, Verity Lambert has made. She had to fight every day behind the scenes to prove that she actually belonged, and she more than with her get and based on the interviews you've seen on DVD extras and on YouTube, this was a woman that didn't suffer rules and guilt. And she was also very critical of the 80s and of her as well, because she viewed the 80s as because watched an interview earlier on in the day from I think it was 1993 with her and Caroline Ford. It's on YouTube. You should check it out. It's interesting, and it's not just Doctor Who that she had that she had a massive impact on. There's a lot of different shows that BBC went on to produce as well that she was involved in, and she was involved in a lot of ITV shows as well. So this is a woman that was at the forefront of British TV as a whole for many any information and for many years, and her impact can't be understood. Understood because bec- or she because she is important to she was important she was important to females at the time, and she was a good mama or to do for females to and for females to look up because they the role or do that they could do look up to, to be honest.
I was just gonna say, you said that you seen an interview with her where she was giving it about the 80s. So with that said, I'm gonna ask you: do you think she'd be a fan of the current era of Doctor Who, or do you think she'd be against it?
I don't think she would be a fan because if you think of it, no, she was a very determined and a Jew that didn't really like stuff off being handed. Well, she was a very hands-on. She was a very hands-on woman, and it'd be, and it'd be fair, she would rather get stuff. Or can she didn't want anything handed to her, and I think that's how she would actually see it. To be honest, I think she would actually see it as a patronising sort of earth.
Yeah, I don't. I have to be honest that, because what we've heard of the woman, and the interviews that I have seen, she does strike me to be, she wouldn't tolerate nonsense like this.
Yeah.
She would be, she would see this as honestly, I think she believed that this has not helped woman's cause whatsoever, because
Yeah.
this Chibnall is writing this female doctor, and he clearly can't write female characters. It's as simple as that. But I just don't know what to say, because I'm glad, in a way, it's horrible to say, but in a way, I'm glad she's not here to see it, because the way this fandom is, even, and I know the type of woman she is. If she didn't like this, I think she would come out and say something.
Yeah.
And the way the fans go on nowadays, so she'd be absolutely butchered for it. I mean, look what happened, Peter Davison.
Yep.
He was butchered for it, and then others out there then that had slightly the same opinion as himself, then kind of backtracked all of a sudden and decided to kind of, and then there's other cast members, even on Twitter, will say they don't want to talk about the new era because of all the bull that it brings with it. They're just here to post their stuff, and they just want it to be a happy place for fans to go to. And that just goes to show you, even when you get some of the classic companions. By the way, one of them in particular, I got this sent to me before we went live, when we were talking about Verity and what she think of the Doctor today. Well, one of our companions in Polly, Annick Wilkes, wherever her name is, I never say her name properly. But apparently, the future of the Doctor is going to should be, or she thinks, because it's the way the show is going, that the future of the Doctor is going to be transgender. Yeah, I have that interview. I'll throw it up later on for you. But again, this is someone that, she was in her run as a companion. She was a very strong companion. I just don't get this. I don't know why they pander. Listen, I know for a fact that half of these people, even Jodie Whittaker, with half of the stuff she comes out with, she doesn't truly believe. These actors and actresses always pander to who they perceive the public is, right? Which is the Twitter mob, right? And if the Twitter mob don't like what a certain actor or actress has to say, you see it, they get attacked. Yeah. So these actors and actresses now are starting to become clever and they're starting to come out with nonsense. Like Jodie Whittaker, for example, she knows that her career is in a bit of a tizzy with this role. So she's trying to figure out ways, how is she going to get work after Doctor Who? Well, she has noticed that a lot of people, they use pronouns and they identify as this, that, and the other. And, they come out and they say they were raised non-binary or gender neutral or whatever the crap, right? And that's exactly what she's done. Now, after she did that, she wasn't the only actress, by the way. A lot of actors and actresses over the last couple of weeks have all of a sudden come out and said that they were all raised gender neutral. So again, they'll pander to where the wind blows, and they know they must pander to these lot, because if they don't, you know what happens. And that's why, in a way, Jodie Whittaker is kind of blessed that she's not on social media, because, to be honest, it'd leave her open for a lot more. Could you imagine if Verity Lambert was on Twitter now?
Oh,
Still alive.
She comes she crosses white and terrifying, though I wouldn't want to get hit on the wrong side of her.
Listen, I don't think she'd take any crap off anybody, Daniel. But you know what this side of the fandom is like. I mean, even yourself. I know you didn't mention any names on Twitter, which is fine. But even yourself, apparently, you've been accused of spreading hate. Which, when I saw that tweet, I just started laughing. I was like, seriously. And if anybody actually does think Daniel is a bully, well then, you need to get your head examined. To be quite honest, Daniel doesn't spread hate. Daniel gives his opinions on stuff. See, this is another thing as well. I don't think she'd be very happy with this fandom the way they've went on. This fandom used to be the pride of and envy of many other fandoms out there. Now it's become an absolute joke again. I don't even tell people, only in the circles that we're in. But I wouldn't tell anybody there on the outside world now that I'm a Doctor Who fan anymore. No way. During the 50th, I put up a photograph. Actually, it popped up on my Facebook feed. 7 years ago, yesterday, it was. I went to see the 50th anniversary. I was surprised with the tickets. My two brothers got me a ticket. They came with me as well, and I showed the photograph of the madness. There's people literally coming out after watching it, and we were going in. And here was everybody on their side. No spoilers, no spoilers. And they weren't. They were all laughing. People dressed up as Tennant. Girls even dressed up as Tennant, Matt Smith. It was bleeding brilliant, it was. It was brilliant experience. It was a brilliant time to be. Even though I wasn't a fan of the 50th, I have to be honest. It's grown on me over the years. But even to be part of it, it felt special to be a Doctor Who fan. You were like, it was like you held your chest was out. You were like king of the world. You were a Doctor Who fan. Your show had hit a level that you hadn't seen in a long time. And everybody wanted to be a Doctor Who fan. You look at it now, they're all trying to run away from the bloody fandom. And that's what's happened. And that's the sad thing about it. But listen, Daniel, because I know it takes you a few minutes. We've already run out of time. But if you want to give your plugs and because we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 people waiting. So if you want to plug yourself there, pal, go ahead. And then we'll
we'll get my we'll get my 2 Facebook, get it Daniels and YouTube Hub and Daniels Finish Hub. So join those if you fancy it, because I'm starting to get all a community over on Facebook, and you can subscribe to my channel. Yeah, the odds have just better on it in the chat, and I discuss the beam here an audio series with FM and occasionally Eve travels through time, joins it both of us on the panel. I also discuss I finish audios, do reviews of them, and to discuss other various Doctor Who topics on my channel. And if you can't get enough from me, follow me at my Twitter handle, Celtic the Annual YouTuber, and from all of my myself. But and also I'll be on the Tardis zone on Sunday for and human nature. So you guys will all be sick of this item it comes up Sunday night. But thanks anyway. Oh, have a great weekend, and I'll see you on Sunday.
You too, pal. See you on Sunday. But next week, actually, just to let you know, next week, Daniel will be on back on the Classic Who panel because obviously we've made a few changes. New Who now, after this weekend, will be showing every Thursday night. So Daniel can't do Thursdays because his team is obviously in the Europa League. If they don't make it out of the group, obviously, then he'll have, you know.
Yeah, they can't make it out. They get the Premier League will get smashed.
Okay.
Mathematics.
Well, I shouldn't have brought that up. That's a bit of a sore point for Daniel because being a Celtic fan and all that. But, yeah, he's going to be on Classic Who now. I've got the Classic Who panel sorted now. I think I have the New Who panel sorted. The Mandalorian panel, there's still one or two people that have to come back to me on that one. But it looks like the panels have filled up now. And yeah, so next week, New Who is Thursdays now. So yeah. So listen, Daniel, thanks for coming on. I really appreciate you coming on. And listen, you enjoy our weekend, and I'll see you here for New Who on Sunday.
Yes, stay you for human nature. And pass my best on to Errol.
I will indeed. Have a good one, pal. Have a good one.
Yeah, have a good one.
Right, that was Daniel. Let's bring him on. I was a bit worried about this fella. And you know, I was even saying to my wife, the shit better be dead, because if he's not, I'm going to kill him myself, because he gave me a bit of a fright. But Lee does actually do this every couple of weeks, and I should have realised, you know, he does crash out every couple of weeks, and then he goes missing for about 20 hours and sleeps for the whole time, but doesn't let anybody know. So everybody start worrying right all over social media. I was like a lunatic. But we'll have to sort that out because of that, because, you know, it'd be, if that never happened, then we'd never plead no. So we're gonna fucking sort something out with that. But like, yeah, he gave the wife a fright, he gave me a fright, but I'm glad he's here and he's all right. Why is my computer froze? But there he is. It's the one and only Problem Day.
Hello, you worrying for nothing types.
Can you hear me there?
Yes, can you hear me?
No, we can't. We can't hear you at all. Just your voice. I'm only messing. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I found out today I'm only half as funny as from Hill versus Babyface. So that. Yeah, he was on the Valkyries stream earlier, and my record for making them snort was 21, and Az got 43. So he's like twice as funny and plus one.
Well, Az is Az. I think Az can make anybody.
If anyone's gonna do it, I'm glad it was him. But
yeah,
he smashed my record.
Well, he is the guy that centered the whole religion around.
I did. So I am only a mere mortal compared to. It's 47. I'm being told. It gets even worse.
Well, there you go.
But there you go. That's powers of the deity.
We'll see. You'll probably top that next
week.
Well,
I'm waiting for a recount, and I will take it to the Supreme Court.
Oh, for God's sake, will you stop?
So yes, I just wanted to say that, get that out of the way. I'm not upset or anything. I'm fine.
Right. So obviously, we know what day it is today. Obviously, you've heard what we've been talking about.
Yes.
Oh, Verity Lambert. She would have been
Happy
84
birthday.
today.
How old?
As they say, but
how old would she have been?
85.
85. She would have been as old as my granny.
Yeah. If she had survived, yeah. It's sad, isn't it? A lot of
it does make you think.
But a lot of these people connected to Doctor Who, you know, they've all, a few of them have gone too soon, way too soon. She should be still here with us, but in a way, as I said, no, it kind of sounds bad, but in a way, I'm kind of glad she's not, because I don't.
Well, I'm really sad she isn't. I do believe that if she was here, she'd put them all in their bloody place. I really do. You know, with all the piss and vinegar and oh, absolutely, yes. She wouldn't tolerate any of this nonsense, no doubt about it. You know, I mean, she was a hard-nosed woman. She didn't suffer fools gladly. I think that's pretty damn clear.
Yeah.
And she knew how to get what she wanted and how to get things done. And I think she understood Doctor Who probably better than anybody, really. And I know she wouldn't have gone for this Doctor at all. Just going by what she said in the past, you know, her criticisms of the doctors that came after Hartnell, I think she only sort of really liked Tom Baker, because even though he was younger, he had an old soul. I think she described it, and I think that her main criticisms of the other doctors were they were too young. So I mean, Jodie Whittaker's definitely too young, and she's sorry.
You think she would have been a fan of Matt Smith though, because Matt Smith wasn't.
I think she might have liked Matt Smith purely by the fact that, again, like Tom Baker, you know, he could play the old man, you know. And have that sort of.
That's what I was going to say. Maybe
Yeah. I don't think with Whittaker though that she would like that. She is totally antithetical to. Well,
Whittaker's not even playing an old woman, let alone an old man. You know.
No, we leave the old women to her fans. You know, the majority of her fans, I'll say. You know, they all act like old women. Yeah, you know what they remind me of? They act like Mary Whitehouse. You know. Taking offense, I'm going to write a very stern letter. You know.
So, obviously, she made a huge impact. Her legacy still lives on to this day, along with all the other people involved. By the way, just because we're mentioning Verity, I know there was other people involved in the creation of Doctor Who and getting it out there.
Well, it's Sydney Newman's vague idea. But she's the one who coloured all the, you know, it's like
exactly. That's what I was going to say.
Painting by numbers, you know, she made up the numbers, she painted it, she filled it in.
Others did, but this is about Verity, and it is her legacy. And right now, her legacy is.
Well, look, when you lose over half your audience, I don't think she would have been impressed. Look, I think she would have been the first person to say, if it isn't working, you stop doing it and you go back to what you're supposed to be doing. You know, I think she would have definitely said it's not working. I mean, even if she would have stayed silent, I would hope that she would have said, well, you can't say it's for everybody and then lose half your audience and still claim it's for everybody. It's clearly not. You know, that's evidential. There's no two ways about it. But I do think she would have had a problem with this era. I do think she would have had a problem with this Doctor. Even if she didn't have a problem with the sex of the Doctor, I think she would have still said she was too young. I think she would have loved Capaldi for sure. Absolutely. I think she would have been delighted at his casting. But I still think she would have had a problem because I think she knows in her mind who the Doctor is. You know, having been there at the inception, she knows who the Doctor is.
The Doctor that wouldn't be necessarily what Chris Chibnall envisions his Doctor.
Well, look at Margaret Thatcher. I'm not comparing Verity Lambert to Margaret Thatcher, although I do think they have a bloody mindedness about them. And the piss and vinegar thing does seem to strike home with both of them, actually. Margaret Thatcher's cabinet, you know, she didn't bring in any women. You know, she didn't want them there. So, you know, I think people generally, especially the younger people in this family, tend to confuse being a woman with feminism. not all women are feminists. I'm not saying she wasn't a feminist. I don't know. I don't see her as that. I just see her as a woman in a man's world in the 60s, making good her job and plowing through all the bullshit and just doing her job and impressing people enough, and being someone who set a trend. She was a trendsetter. She went on to produce great TV, Adam Adamant, Minder, other stuff I can't remember, but she's Quatermass, I think. She did Clockwise, the film. She was an executive producer on the John Cleese movie Clockwise. Boys from the Bush. What else? Jonathan Creek. So a lot of male-led stuff, actually. And I think that I just don't think that she would have wanted the Doctor to change sex. I don't think so. But there's also a really good article I've discovered, which I've put the link in before. I'll put it in again, but it's written by some blogger called Steffi Newman. And it's called "We Didn't Need a Female Doctor to Feel Fully Represented."
Yeah, I actually put that up in video form, and every time I do put it up, there's always someone giving out about it, but it's written by a woman.
Yeah, and she gave some great examples of representation, including, I put the link in again, including Verity Lambert, obviously. And what she says is interesting. Verity Lambert. Yeah, there we go. I believe that if we want to truly understand how the female representativity, if that's the word, has always been implied in Doctor Who, even before the whole feminist discussion became a thing to truly be discussed about openly, directly, and explicitly, long before the whole charge by the community for productions of any kind, there was a corporative challenge embraced and assumed by a strong, capable woman who did not accept anything but success from the ideas she developed with her team. Unlike what you imagine, Doctor Who was not a series that was created from an idea or an epiphany moment, something that hit someone's brain and was put into practice in order to demonstrate something thoughtful that could make the audience appreciate those ideas as an audiovisual art form. And blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so that was something she said. But I mean, she gives loads of other examples and other things. But Verity Lambert started off her career as someone who was fired, and she managed to overcome that and start work with Sidney Newman at ABC. He brought her over. She was his third choice. But he said he was glad that he picked her in the end. And damn right, without her, we wouldn't have had the Daleks at all. She fought for them. We got them. And so, you know, her level of creativity and input into Doctor Who was vastly superior to Sidney Newman. Sidney Newman was an ideas guy, right? She was the one who fleshed it out. She was the one who really made Doctor Who three-dimensional or five-dimensional, if you want to go down that road. But she was the one who really, really understood the show and made it what it is today. That it's still recognizable. All her stamps that she made are still recognizable in the show, even in this era, which they're just ironically trying to destroy. I mean, she had a large output. You know, she was very respected. In fact, she was respected enough that Monty Python even did a sketch and named one of the characters Verity and the other Mr. Verity, and the other character Mr. Lambert in a sketch which is called Buying a Bed sketch, which I've got on record. And I always thought that was quite funny because I always knew, you know, the Verity Lambert connection. So yes, so she had a sort of a cultural impact, I'd say, you know, in a time that sort of predated the women's lib movement, so to speak. I think that she was definitely a trendsetter, and I think that she was definitely someone to inspire. You know, I think that if we look at the modern, well, the not the modern era as it is now, but certainly the reboot or the bringing the show back with Julie Gardner. I think, you know, someone like that must have been inspired by Verity, and I think that is a sign of her charisma, her legacy, her integrity, her force of nature, and I think that must have definitely rubbed off on Julie. I just think it's a shame that we've ended up with someone who fundamentally seems to misunderstand women and panders to them in the sort of intersectional way. And look, the intersectional feminism thing is such a small minority, right? A loud voice on Twitter, but really most women do not identify in that regards. I just think it's a shame that women are so badly treated, not only by these people who claim that everyone else is a misogynist, but, you know, these are the people who wish to redefine what it is to be a woman. And I think that's incredibly dangerous and irresponsible and an insult to women everywhere. And they're the ones who call us misogynists. But really, when you're trying to redefine what a woman is, and that the dictionary definition of woman is offensive, I think you are the misogynist, quite honestly.
Yeah. Well said.
I think she would be I think she would find the whole thing deplorable, the current state of things. Yeah, that's all I have to say. And happy birthday to our dear Verity.
That's it. Listen, do your plugs before you go, because you've actually timed it very well tonight, believe it or not. So by the time you plug your stuff, you'll be finished.
Right. Well, I am now back on Twitter for however long it's going to be this time. They seem to think that me going was a sign, and they were sort of already getting, oh, please be true, please be true. Not yet. No. And even if it were to happen today or tomorrow, I wouldn't care. Let's just make that absolutely clear. I don't care.
Yeah.
Other than that, you can find my other channel, Aldred Audio Visual, with all my trailer stuff from there, which is AUDRED, and that's Aldred Audio Visual, and that's my other YouTube channel.
Fantastic. Listen, absolutely brilliant, and I will talk to you later on. Well, you're obviously going to stay in the studio. Well, everybody that we have is
I'm lurking,
so you'll be lurking anyway. But yeah, thanks for coming on, and I'll see you tomorrow. And hopefully we get the Mandalorian as well soon, because I want to watch it as soon as.
Yeah.
New spoilers.
Yeah, all the spoilers. Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. See you later.
It does actually sound good, doesn't it? I can't wait, mate. Can't wait.
All right, it does. It does.
Right. Go on. Talk to you soon.
Ta-ta for now.
See you later. Alligator. Right. That's Lee. So we'll remove the old Englishman there.
Watch it.
Shut up. I'm only calling you an Englishman. Go sleep. Go sleep. Well, actually, you've gotten enough fucking sleep now. You won't be sleeping for about 3 or 4 bleeding days now. Right, go on. Talk to you soon.
Right. Well.
Now, see, that's how quick. See, there you go. He's done. That's how you do it. That's how you shut Lee up. Right? Just for morning as a
bugger off.
What were you going to say? What were you going to say?
I was going to say you had to click me off, but you did that.
Yeah, I'm clicking you off now. Right.
Ta-ta.
See you later. Right, let's bring him on. Let's see what Dave Travel Through Time has to say about Verity Lambert. Remember, everybody gets 12 minutes tonight to say what they want to say. And thanks very much, everybody. So far, it's been wonderful. Everybody in the chat seems to be having a good time as well, which we like to see. Right, let's bring Dave Travel Through Time on.
Hello.
There we go. There he is.
How are you, Noel?
Hello, Dave. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
There's something going on there.
Oh, their audio.
Can you hear me there? There you go. I can see you now. Right, Grant.
Yeah.
So go ahead. What would you like to say about Verity Lambert on what would have been our 85th birthday today?
She's a legend, and without her, I know Sydney Newman gets a lot of the credit, but without Verity Lambert, Doctor Who would not have been the show it was. It is.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, look, as Lee pointed out, she had to fight her way. She fought for the Daleks. I mean,
Yeah.
Sydney Newman, as we know, he never liked the bog-eyed monsters.
No.
But it was the right choice. I mean, you look at the state of Doctor Who now, and you look at what Verity had to do. Do you think she'd be a fan of the current era of Doctor Who?
No, I think if she saw what the way the Doctor is portrayed now with Jodie and the scripting and the dialogue and the fact that she was so cold and heartless towards Graham, no, I think she'd be appalled.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, look, she had a brief. She had a certain, as Lee said, she had a certain idea the way the Doctor should be and who should play the Doctor. I mean, even Lee has said, that she had a problem with some of the Doctors that came after William Hartnell and Troughton. I don't know. I as I said, Lee was saying she hopes she was still here because she'd probably say something.
Yeah.
But I don't know, the way the Twitter mob goes on now, I wouldn't say she would. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think she would go on. I mean, Twitter's awful. So much stuff goes on. I hardly even go on Twitter anymore. I mean, I set up an account. I hardly ever use it. There's just so much negativity and evil, vile stuff going on in there.
Yeah, true. There's always drama, isn't there? I don't know. I'm sick and tired of it right now, to be quite honest with you. But I'm glad it kept away tonight. Obviously, we're doing this. This is important.
Yeah.
I mean, Verity Lambert is. What does she mean to you? Actually, I should have asked everybody. What does she mean to you as a Doctor Who fan? I mean, when you think of Verity Lambert and her name pops up, what are the first thoughts that come into your head?
First thoughts that popped into my head, it would be probably just the way she was, so for things to be, included in the program, like the Daleks, and the way she treated everyone so kind, and it wasn't an agenda thing, it wasn't about, oh, we got to push this agenda and ideology into the show, like the current showrunner. It just makes me think how grateful, that it was like back then. And it's like, oh, I wish we could go to that time period back then, honestly.
Well, I mean, she. I got sent a little interview while Lee was on, and I was listening to a bit of it, and she was saying, even in that interview, the Doctor Who, it had a mass appeal. It was always for the kids, the family to watch.
Yeah.
I mean, if you was to look at it now, right, and even though BBC and the people behind it claim that it's for all fans, we can clearly see that this iteration, this era, is not for all fans. They've made that absolutely clear. I mean, with Verity, we'll give it to her. As I said, she was given a brief, but she followed that brief, but she knew who our audience was. She knew who the Doctor was. Once she was given a brief, she had an idea what the Doctor was going to be. I mean, I don't think personally she'd be a fan of Jodie Whittaker's Doctor. The simple fact of the matter is, it goes against everything that she believes the Doctor. If Lee is actually, if Lee said he's here, goes interview, so that proves to me that this woman wouldn't have been a fan, in my opinion, of this current iteration. What do you think?
I think so, yeah. And like I said, I definitely prefer, the Doctor being a male character, and what Chibnall did with the Timeless Children. I think she'd be appalled with that as well. Basically saying, oh, it was this little girl that was, a tortured scientific medical experiment, and wasn't, and Hartnell was never, the original. I think she would have been appalled.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. I mean, it destroys our legacy, doesn't it? It doesn't just destroy Hartnell's legacy; it destroys her legacy as well.
It does.
It's like, you know, and the ironic thing about it is that Chris Chibnall apparently is for women's rights and stuff. You know, he's for women. He wants to further women, but yeah, he's trying to destroy Verity Lambert's legacy in the process. I just don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either.
It's weird to me that a guy that claims to be a fan would do the things that he's doing. I mean, Verity knew the limitations. She knew what she could get away with. Chris Chibnall he thinks he can get away with anything. The difference is Verity knew what she could and couldn't get away with. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah.
Do you think when we get to the 60th, do you think, no, if we even get to the 60th at this stage, but if we get to
go ahead. No, sorry.
No, go on. Say what you were going to say.
Well, I'm shuddering the thought of the 60th. I'm just thinking of, you know, timeless children. It'll basically just be them as the incarnations of the Doctor, and there won't be any mentions of, you know, Hartnell, Troughton, and any of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of, actually, because I'm looking at what he's showing right now. I mean, we've got redesigns on Tyrants. He keeps redesigning stuff, which people should actually, you know, I know some people dismiss it. By the way, the Daleks, he has come out to say, which is very worrying, by the way, he has come out to say that these new Daleks are not going to replace the old Daleks, which means they are going to replace the old Daleks. Because anytime he mentions something, you know, the opposite happens. So he's trying to say that he's not, that these aren't replacing them. These are a different variant of the same thing. But again, he still hasn't explained how the Resolution Dalek, which was made by someone, how these Daleks now exist. So I just don't know. But back to Verity, because this is what it's about. I mean, 60th anniversary is coming up.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, is there much to even celebrate when we get to that 60th anniversary? I don't think there is. You know what? For me personally, the 60th anniversary is going to be about the Doctors, Sidney Newman, Verity Lambert, and all of those other people that obviously created and got this show on the air. That too, in my opinion, could be celebrated the 60th anniversary. I don't really care about Whittaker's Doctor, never will. And, you know, the rumours, obviously I've heard a lot of rumours concerning the 60th. I have to be honest with you, even the ideas that I've heard, and if Chris Chibnall is heading this, they're not great. They're not great. This man just doesn't have a clue. And I mean, Verity could come into this job. She was learning her trade, but she still managed to produce something great. This fella has been a fan, right? Verity wasn't a fan because this was a brand new show, and she was able to produce that. You think that a fan of the show would understand what Verity tried to do, and this is the thing that annoys me. Like, how could he not know as a fan what Verity wants to do? Because obviously he loved the show the way Verity had actually set it up, because he wouldn't have became a fan in the first place. So for me, I just don't get it. I mean, her legacy is important to fans. Timeless Children kind of spits at that legacy. I mean, 85 she would have been today.
Yeah.
And the fandom is you know, we lost Sarah J. Elizabeth Sladen, and that was sad. But I think Verity Lambert's passing has had more of an impact. But the simple fact of the matter is, you know, 85 is still kind of it's getting on, but it's nowadays that's you know, it's normal. You know, a lot of people are getting to 85 and they're still fit as a fiddle, running around the place. And that's the thing. It would have been very interesting for me personally to see if this woman was still alive, especially during the Chibnall era, to see if she would have come out with any quotes or any opinion on this. As I have said, a lot of the classic companions, you'll get one or two that will, because, you know, they want to still stay relevant, will come out and actually say something, but the majority of them will keep silent on it. They won't say whether they're a fan of Whittaker's Doctor or not, which is telling to me anyway that they don't have the gut to come out and actually say it because of what happened to Peter Davison.
Oh yeah, no, that was disgusting. Yeah,
yeah, and I mean, that's the one thing I'd hate if she was on Twitter. I'd hate to think that these people would turn on her, and I do believe they would if she came out and said that she wasn't a fan of this area. And that's the sad thing, because we would never attack her, even if she did come out. Even if she did come out and agreed with this, right? I wouldn't be attacking Verity Lambert. I have so much respect for that woman. She's the one, you know. Without her, I wouldn't be here today, because it was her little show that I watched, and then when I came back in 2005, saved me life, and that would never have happened if it hadn't have been for Verity Lambert. So I owe her a lot. Sidney Newman, Delia Derbyshire, and all of those other people behind the idea, you know, and I owe her a lot. So I mean,
yeah, we all do. Yeah.
I don't know what else to really say except, you know, for me personally, I'm glad she's not here, because
same here.
It'd be very I wouldn't think she'd be a fan, and I wouldn't like to see the fandom turn on her, because this fandom will turn on anybody. We've seen it. I mean, if they turn on Peter Davison, who actually played the Doctor, think about it. They'd actually go after the person that put it onto the screen. They wouldn't give a crap. There's no difference to them. Listen, do me a favor, because we're about to run out of time. If you want to give your channel shout outs there, go and do that, pal.
Okay, thanks, Noel. Yeah, so I'm on YouTube. I got my Dave Travels Through Time, my YouTube channel. Check that out. I know a lot of people here already subbed. So lately I've been doing quizzes. We're giving out like a prize because Matthew won the quiz, and then I have Facebook. And then, no, just to remind you, pal, I don't want to, not trying to like bug or anything, but just remind you about the friend request thing too.
Thanks, David. Listen, mate, thanks for coming on. I really do appreciate it. And listen, as you know, this is a thing that we do every Friday, so you're more than welcome to come on any Friday you feel like. And obviously today, we obviously limited the topic of conversation because of the day that was in it. But next week, as you know, it's open to talk about whatever you want. So if you want to come on next week, you're more than welcome. And thanks for coming on.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Oh, and then, don't forget about the friend request, pal, I sent.
Where did you send the friend request?
Oh, the Facebook.
It hasn't popped up, David. So will you send it again? Because it hasn't. I do check me requests, because I do get requests, and I don't have one for you. You sure you've actually went to the right? No.
Oh, you know what? It was your Peter Capaldi one. For some reason, I can't access the other one with your Tardis Zone logo on it.
Oh, right. Well, I'll try sort that out. It might be the settings, actually. I think I changed the settings on Facebook because I was getting weirdos.
Oh, no worries, man. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I do that too.
But listen, send me that again if you can, or we'll figure something out anyway, right? But listen, thanks for coming on.
Take care, pal. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Right, let's bring him on, because he's been waiting a while. It's the one and only Raymond O'Reilly. He just be in the chat a lot and stuff. But it's nice to have him on. Again, my computer is acting real slow, so his picture hasn't come up yet, so it's a blank screen. So we'll just wait till he pops up, and then there we go. There you are, Ray. How are you?
I'm fine, mate. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. How are you doing?
Great. Funny, great. It's a weird day. Let's say it's a very weird day.
It actually is, isn't it? I mean, we should be sitting here kind of celebrating and talking about all the good that she did, but you can't really talk about that because of what's happening now. It's because, like, you know, you look at what's happening now, you can clearly see that Chris Chibnall is killing our legacy here. And it is very difficult to celebrate something when you know what Chris Chibnall is doing. And we're kind of powerless, let's be honest. We, as fans, we are kind of powerless. He'll do whatever he wants to do. while he's there. But I'll ask you the first question, and the first question I will ask you is, do you think Verity Lambert would actually be a fan of this era, and do you think she'd be a fan of Jodie Whittaker's Doctor?
Okay. I know Verity from the day one when she walked into the BBC, she had people's backs up. She had this kind of thing where it was the piss and vinegar kind of thing, and the Sea of Tweed and Tobacco Smoke Brigade. Don't forget, she was, as I said on the Facebook thing this morning, that she was a Jewish woman walking with an Indian guy, spurred on by a Canadian bloke in West London in 1963. Everything she done, she stuck by, which is a huge, huge accomplishment in the BBC. The first thing, they wanted the Irish actor Cyril Cusack to play the Doctor, according to Mark Gatiss, of course. And she said, no, I want this guy, William Hartnell. And William, who was traditionally the kind of square-bashing Sergeant Major type actor, stroke, he done Brighton Rock with where Richard Attenborough and stuff like that. Like, terrific actor, but she stuck to those guns. The Daleks was another thing. So she had literally barrier put up from day one. But I also, when I talk about Verity Lambert, I actually talk about the three of them together, Wallace and Sidney Newman, because the three of them together were inseparable. They worked for each other. They knew each other, and they looked after each other. Verity, to me, how would you put it? Now, her legacy bypasses Doctor Who to this day. I don't think. Thank God for Verity Lambert, because we haven't got Verity Lambert. Would we have Neil Gaiman? Would we have David Mitchell as in the author and not the comedian? I don't know. I really don't know. And I think Verity is. I think she's this new era just doesn't get that. They don't get. I mean, I said on your Facebook account this morning that diversity was alive and kicking in 1963. It certainly was. Yeah. There's no getting away from it. It certainly was. And it wasn't, as Charlotte said, it wasn't the old boys club. Certainly, that wasn't the case.
I know it was
because strong, independent women walking in there onto the BBC, walking away, whether they were actors or whether they were writers, they were still there fighting their corner. People like Sarah Kingdom and walking in, Christ almighty. I mean, Verity Lambert has got to be responsible for. Would we have a Jerry Anderson? Would we have a Paddy McGowan and George Mark Steen that brought out The Prisoner? I don't think so. I really don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, she was.
I think her legacy is more important to what.
Yeah.
To what it's bypassed everything, and I don't think people in this fandom get that. And I think that's an injustice in a way towards Verity Lambert.
Yeah,
I really do. I was watching Irish TV last night, and he was David Mitchell was being interviewed on a thing called The Works, and David Mitchell was responsible, but probably for the film. Well, he wrote the book Cloud Atlas.
Yeah,
and he actually turned around and said, only for the Cybermen, only for Doctor Who, I wouldn't be doing this. He said, but the only problem is with writing today is that everyone is demanding a narrative. And that's
yeah.
right. That's
it is wrong. Yeah, I mean, it is wrong. Sorry, I just heard myself there. Yeah, it is wrong. I mean, the story should be the focus. Yes, you can have in whatever narrative you want, but if the narrative takes over from the actual story itself, and you are right, I do agree with you. I mean, even now we're still talking about Verity Lambert. Nobody's really talking about the show as much now. And you are right, her legacy will, in fairness, I do agree with you. I think her legacy will outlive Doctor Who, because I do think there will be a time where Doctor Who will go away, but she'll never go away. She'll always be that constant presence within the fandom. And I do agree with you. I think a lot of the modern fandom, they don't give her the respect that she deserves. I mean, this is her day today. And if you were to go on Twitter now and you look at the Twitter feeds of these so-called Doctor Who fans, not one of them will mention Verity Lambert today on our birthday. It'll be all about that precious little Whittaker and about how, you know, Verity paved the way for a female doctor. That's bullshit. That's another bullshit thing as well. And I see this every time her birthday comes up, that they credit her, Verity, for the female. Listen, she wouldn't even be a fan of this doctor, I don't think. What do you think?
I think publicly, I mean, age mellows people. I think publicly she wouldn't say much, but she'd get a dig in somehow. But behind the scenes, if she was talking to, like the likes of Moffat or Russell T came up and said, "What do you think?" She would, you know, give her opinion.
Yeah,
and that would be. I don't think she would be a fan. I think, in a way, she would. If it got too much for her, she would actually abandon the idea that she had any involvement with the show.
Wow.
And I honestly believe that. I think she was that kind of woman. She was very bloody minded, and she, you know, she didn't suffer fools gladly.
Yeah, I it's just so sad. It really is. I know I keep bringing it up, but it is sad because the legacy.
I know.
Go ahead.
This is what kind of annoys me is it's her 85th birthday. Why are we about that? Excuse my French. Fuckwit Chibnall.
That's what I mean. There's
why are we should be talking about him? We shouldn't be talking even about the new era from Russell T up to this. I want to talk about what she has done, as in what she has created, what she's brought through, and what she has influenced going forward. It's gone way beyond Doctor Who. And I think that's the great thing about her legacy, is that she has become this. How would I put it? Stephen Moffat and Russell T Davies can only aspire to be her.
Yeah, I agree.
They couldn't. They
came the closest, though. Would you agree with that? I think Russell T did come the closest, though.
Pardon?
I think Russell T came the closest, though.
I think Russell T showed respect to her.
Yeah.
As in the show. Whether she came to the closest, maybe in a couple of years' time, I'd start to see that. At this moment in time, no. I would say the nearest, I mean, as problem being said that she would have loved Peter Capaldi, I think she would have adored Peter Capaldi. I don't think she would have had any time for Tennant or maybe Matt Smith, but certainly not Tennant.
Yeah, I think Matt Smith's Doctor she would like, because it was a younger man playing, but he played it old, and I think she would have liked that take on it. And I do agree with you. I think she would have absolutely adored Peter Capaldi. Now, whether she would have liked the stories or not, now that's a different thing. But as a Doctor, as a choice of a Doctor, I think Peter Capaldi, she would have high praise for that. Definitely.
I would go along with that. I would absolutely go. I looked at Peter Capaldi. I adored. I mean, for me, my three is Tom, John, and Peter Capaldi. That's my three, and that will always be my three. Tom being my first.
Yeah.
And what I always loved about Peter was, he turned on the sixpence. He would actually say something or do something that would remind you of Tom Baker or John Pertwee. And I think that was Peter. He had that kind of romancing, nostalgic thing about the show anyway, so he was going to do that anyway, regardless whether Stephen Moffat liked it or not.
Yeah, I honestly do love Peter's Doctor. I do think she would have been a fan. I don't think she would have been a fan of the stories, to be quite honest with you, because again, problem is with the writing. And just before we finish up, because we're about to run out of time,
I think she would have gone. I think she would have gone with Heaven Sent. Funny enough.
You think she would have what?
Sent.
She would have liked Heaven Sent.
Oh yeah, I think that would have been the Lone Doctor, and I think that's where it was kind of, he would have to turn on the sixpence, the anger, the comedic type, and I think she would have gone with that. I also think she would probably gone with the what do you call it? The one with the one Capaldi, he was on a train at Orient Express.
Mummy on the Orient Express. Yeah, I think she would have loved that story, actually. Right?
She would have gone with that. I have a funny feeling, you know. But I mean, when you look at her, I mean, as you said, we wouldn't be talking here tonight because of Verity Lambert. We listening to audio stuff because of Verity Lambert.
Yeah.
Beware. I mean, what Beware is doing over on her channel, awesome, absolutely awesome, and she wouldn't be doing it because of Verity Lambert. And you know, like I think it's terrific of what's happening, and what people like that. Not really necessarily this new era, but what they're doing that's celebrating her era and what she accomplished and what she has done. That's still an ongoing celebration.
Yeah,
and that's what's important.
I will say this: I don't think the name Verity Lambert will ever disappear from Who fans. I don't think, even if after the show is long gone, there'll be still stories of Verity Lambert, what she had to do, all the hardships that she went through to get this show on the air. And, you know, if Verity is the only one that we end up talking about for the next 50 years, so be it. I mean, the woman's a legend. I know there was other people involved in bringing this show to the TV, but Verity was the one where the book kind of stopped with her, and she produced something on a budget that even today nobody could do. So she deserves an awful lot of credit. You know, it is a pity she's not here. 85 years of age she would have been, but her memory is going to live long, and it's never going away in Doctor Who fans' minds. She's always going to be up there with Sidney Newman, Delia Derbyshire, and all of those other people. Waris Hussein, they're always going to be the focal point. And I think this 60th anniversary, instead of focusing on the doctors as they normally do or the run up to it, we should focus clearly and solely on those people that produce this show, because they're the ones that deserve to be celebrated too, not just the doctors. Because without Verity, Lambert, and sticking to our guns, as you said, we wouldn't be sitting here today talking to each other. But listen, Raymond, it's been absolutely brilliant having you on, but we have actually ran out of time tonight. But before you do go, do you want to plug any social medias before you leave, or is there anything else you want to say?
Get on to Beware. That's it. I don't have any channels. I don't go on Twitter. Get on to Beware. It really is a great ride up there and Beware. They really have their shit together. Excuse my French, but they do.
No, you're all right. Check out Beware. Listen, thanks for coming on, Ray.
Yeah. Thank you for having me on.
No problem. I'll see you again soon, yeah?
I hope to meet you for a pint sometime.
Oh, we will. We definitely will. When this pandemic is over, we'll go to, bleeding right we will. We've got all the Irish streamers, yeah. We'll get together and we'll go for a few pints. I'll tell the missus we'll go out for 2. We'll go out for about 10.
Well, absolutely. Take care, mate.
See you later, pal. Talk to you after.
See you later.
And that was Raymond. I love him. Love him. Brilliant. Go on with Mammy Ted. Go on. I've no food. Look, I'm eating all my chicken nuggets. They're gone. Look. Go on. They're gone. No, go with Mammy. He wants me chicken nuggets.
He's mad.
I know.
No.
You're not having them. They're lovely. Right. Excuse me. Don't mean to eat. I'll talk with my mouth full. Right. Let's bring on our next guest because he's been waiting. We've got 2 more guests to go. And then we're finishing up. It's the one and only John.
Hi, Noel. How are you? All right?
Well, give it a few minutes because, as I said, for some weird reason, my screen is acting up. But there he is. There's John. Hey, John.
Oh. Hiya. All right.
I'm good, pal. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Yeah, not too bad today.
Good man. Right. Obviously, we're talking about Verity Lambert tonight.
Yeah.
So I'll just shut up now and I'll just let you say what I say.
I was just going to say, her first job in television was in 1956, and she worked as a secretary at Granada, of all places.
Oh, rival station.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lee said something about her. She was it Lee earlier on said she was fired or something from a job originally.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was ABC television. It might have been.
Yeah.
Then she went on to where the head of drama was with Sidney Newman. I think she was only about 28 when she ended up as producer. So,
which for a man at that age of 28 is actually pretty quick, isn't it? It's not that, you know.
Yeah.
You make an executive producer at 28 years of age, I think you're doing a really well, especially nowadays. But the fact that this was actually our first producing job as well, though, I think, wasn't it?
That's
which
right.
is the thing about it is that she was given, it was a little show. BBC didn't really give a crap whether it was successful or not, but when it did become successful, it was like, wow. It was like...
The only thing is, I think in Doctor Who, she was only there 18 months, 20 months at tops before she moved on to something else.
Yeah.
But she went on, exactly. And did you know she had her own company as well? Verity. I'm trying to think what it was called. She had her own production company later on in the 80s, 90s, which produced other shows. So she's, you know, she had a fingers in quite a lot of pies, really.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, she's up there. Probably is in Britain anyway, the best female producer, executive producer. that's ever been that they've ever had in the UK. I think she is. I don't think any other woman has ever came close to what Verity Lambert has achieved. And let's be honest, this is no small feat what she achieved. I mean, even with the budget we had, you know, the studio that BBC, I mean, you could even tell that BBC weren't respectful. I mean, they put them in a studio that was notorious, and they were still able to produce this show. And sometimes they were, you know, as you see in yourself, some of these takes would be happening like, and you know, it'd go straight through. They wouldn't be able to take a break, and if there was a mistake in it, there was a mistake in it. But they really worked under pressure, deadlines, and she produced. Listen, as Ray said, her legacy, and Sydney Newman and the rest of them, their legacies are going to outlast this show in the current condition that it's in now. I mean, you know, for the 60th, as I said, I think they should really put more emphasis on Verity, Delia Derbyshire, you know, all of the Sydney Newman, Maurice Hussein. I think that's who they should be celebrating during the 60th anniversary celebrations. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that. And she also went on to produce other programs, great programs like Minder. She did the Quatermass. Remember that?
Yeah, I do. It's on BritBox, actually.
I saw it. I'm going to catch up and watch that one day.
Yeah.
And UXB as well.
Yeah.
So Unexploded Bomb. Yeah, she did quite a few different series. So she was a very accomplished lady. And to be a producer, like you say, at 28, she did really well. You know, I would have dreamed of being a producer. I'm probably more like the T-Boy at 28.
Exactly. I mean, look at, someone said earlier in the chat, she started off making tea for people. And then to actually get where she got in that short space of time. Listen, Sydney obviously had faith in her, right? He obviously knew the type of person that he wanted to take on this show. And it was someone that wouldn't take any crap from anybody. And that's why I think he chose her in the end. He didn't want, you know, the old guard. He wanted someone to come in with fresh ideas. You know, here's an idea.
He saw something in her. He saw something in her, Noel. That's what he did.
Yeah.
And he knew, she'd make a great producer.
It was said at the end of that movie, An Adventure in Space and Time, where they say that, you know, Sydney Newman had changed the face of British television forever when he came in. And that's true. He really did. He changed the face. He saw a gap that BBC weren't tapping into, and he said, "No, this is a good idea." Because even in the movie, now I know it's dramatized, we don't know exactly what happened in the meeting when they came up with the idea for Doctor Who, but you could even in the movie you could tell, and you could see from the other people, really, you want to do sci-fi on BBC, like you really want to do it. So, and he goes, "Yeah, because that's what's popular," and that's what Sydney Newman was. As he said, he was an ideas man. He had an idea, he seen a gap, he exploited that. He says, "Right, we need to get someone in that I know I can trust, and someone that I've worked with before." And then Verity Lambert, obviously. And as someone said, she was third choice, which, fair enough, if that's the case. Well, I'm glad she was chosen rather than the first and second choice, because, you know, the rest is history. We wouldn't be sitting here, John.
Well, it's like, you don't know, when we watched the documentary, the docudrama, on your channel, and that went through it and that, and you saw how she handled William Hartnell, how she gave him, a polite pat on the back, and then he was like putting her hands. Yeah,
that's what I mean. She knew how exactly.
She knew how to handle him.
She knew how to handle him, and that was the thing. Interviewers I've seen later from past cast and crew members have said William Hartnell was a very hard man to work with. But that's where they were at that time in that era. Men like William Hartnell were that hard. And especially, I mean, that's why he was always typecast as this, you know, army sergeant all the time in every movie that he played in or every TV show that he played in, because he had that kind of persona. Everybody thought he was a grumpy owl, and let's be honest, he was a bit of a grumpy owl.
Yeah.
Well, that was back then. But I mean, look, his doctor was so lovable, and that was down to Verity. But she could see something in William Hartnell, even though he had this
the passion and drive.
Yeah, he had this soft center, and I think with this role, she was able to exploit that. And after the first one didn't go well, after they filmed it before, and it didn't go well, and Sydney told them to redo it, then she said it was her fault. Now, whether that actually happened where she says the bill, no, it was my fault. You are right. I should have listened to you. He was a bit harsh. We should make him a little bit more. So she was even willing to listen. When she got it wrong, but she moved on, and she went with it.
Put her hands up and went with it.
Exactly. And look what happened. Again, we wouldn't be sitting here today, John, talking about
I'd have loved this. I would have loved to see work with Tom Baker, because he was a very difficult actor on set, they say. You know, and he wasn't very good with directors or some producers. So I would love to have seen how Verity would have handled him, because I think she would have been keen on Tom's doctor. And I think she would have brought out the best for it. You never even know. She probably even got extra 2 years out of him in the role.
I think so. I agree with you, because you could see near the end he was pissed off and he wanted to leave.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I think if Verity had been there, I agree with you. I actually think he would have stayed on a little bit longer, because I think she did have the knack. She could see even when Bill wasn't happy about something. No, she and the same with Tom. She saw that Tom wasn't really happy, or he thought, she'd sit there and have a discussion with him. Nowadays, it's like, you know, your doctor goes to you for advice, and you're taught, well, don't watch any of the old stuff. Don't watch any of the new stuff either. Just do it your own way.
No.
Page.
You
Right?
need to watch it. You need to follow on from the next doctor. You need to make your own persona out of your own character for a new doctor, but also have little bits of the old doctors in your new doctor, and just show them like Peter Capaldi used to. You know, like you were saying earlier, you had Peter Capaldi, he'd do a Tom Baker or John Pertwee, or you know, just for a split second, but you'd know it was that doctor. Now, this is what Jodie's missing. She hasn't got any characteristics of any of the doctors.
Yeah, I've just seen there in the chat, Lee just put up that 4 people have disliked this stream. Listen, at the end of the day, right? Listen, they're not disliking the stream because they hate Verity. They're disliking the stream because I'm hosting it. I'm talking about Verity. So
we wouldn't have a stream, we wouldn't have a show if it weren't for a Verity, because we all be doing different things, and they'd be going out disliking other things instead, because the show wouldn't exist.
I mean, let them. At the end of the day, right, they don't get it. They never will. And that's why they lash out so much. We get it. We know how important this day is. It's you know, look, I get criticised about me stances on Jodie Whittaker's doctor and stuff, and some have said out there that I think women are subhuman and all of this stuff, right? But Verity Lambert, right, I even said it in my video this morning, Verity Lambert will always hold a special place in my heart. Even if she came out and she supported Jodie Whittaker's doctor, she would still hold a very special place in my heart. Why?
Exactly.
Because she was the one, as I said, she brought that show on TV, and because she did that with others and the hardship that she went through, I'm able to be a Doctor Who fan today. So I don't care what our personal feelings would be on Jodie Whittaker's doctor personally. She still holds a special place, and always will, along with Sidney Newman, Waris Hussein, and all of those other people. Because without those magnificent people, without Verity Lambert's determination in a male-dominated BBC era, let's just say, because television was male-dominated, she was able to find a way through that. She carved her own path, and she didn't let anybody stop her. And she became one of the greatest executive producers the UK has ever produced, in my opinion. And
if it was a different producer, a different producer would have probably had about 3 months out of it, and then it would have been a forgotten show from the 60s.
Yeah, exactly. And remember, there was talk of even this show, not even after the pilot had dropped, there was talks of this show being axed because obviously what had happened in the States, the ratings hadn't been well, and BBC just didn't want it. They were going to knock it on the head after for film year couldn't run, and that's it, done.
So,
but she didn't.
So like the BBC don't change, they don't realise what they've got sometimes.
Yeah, she went into that office. She said to Sydney, "No, you're wrong. We have something special here. I truly believe in it." I know that film is dramatised. We don't know exactly what Verity had said, unless you actually hear from the woman's voice herself. But even that scene showed me the determination of this woman, that she wasn't going to give in so easy. And I'm so glad she didn't. She could have easily folded in that era, in that time at the BBC, but she didn't. She carved her way. And you know what? I said this. All the young girls out there now that want to inspire to be writers, executive producers, directors, actresses, whatever. Verity Lambert is the standard. Verity Lambert is the role model that if you're a Doctor Who fan, that's who you should be looking to, right? That's what you should be able to be, right? That's greatness right there, greatness personified, right? But she didn't bitch, didn't moan. She got on with it. She made her way through this world. She wasn't handed things. She worked hard for everything that she got. Yes,
she took the flak.
The Doctor Who was handed on to her, but she had to work hard to put that onto the screen in the first place. And for a woman, you know, so you know, she wanted the Doctor to be a certain way. This woman, remember, she wanted the Doctor to be an older man, and she was determined to have the Doctor an older man. This is why I don't think personally she'd be a fan of this current iteration of the Doctor. I actually think that Jodie Whittaker's Doctor, thanks to Chris Chibnall, has damaged any woman playing this role again, because he hasn't written
for a long time. I think exactly. Just the writing's abysmal, and it's not done anybody any favours. If they had a different actress, it made her work better. A different showrunner, it made her work better.
Yeah,
but it's just dismal. I'm sorry. That's just my. I've tried. I gave it 2 seasons. I tried my hardest, but it just didn't pay off.
Yeah, I agree. We're about 2 minutes away. Is there anything else you want to add?
Yeah. I just wondering, you know, because Verity, she died in 2007, so I'm hoping she got to see at least Eccleston, if not, you know, Tennant as well, and she also managed, hopefully, to see the movie, you know, with Paul McGann. You know, I just wondered what she'd think of those 3.
Yeah, I you know what? I think she would have been excited when she heard Doctor Who was coming back, but I also think there would have been a bit of, you know, hesitation on hers. But how are they going to do it? You know, are they going to do it justice? Because I think that's the well, I think she'd be fairly pleased with Eccleston's 4th season.
I thought the same. I thought she'd be impressed with Eccleston's Doctor.
Yeah,
because it's you know, it's that sort of vein.
Yeah,
how he is.
I mean, I'm glad she was around to see it come back on the screen. Because I know for a fact, even in interviews when she was speaking about it when it was off air and she was talking about it in the past tense, you could really see that she missed it, that she missed having this show on the TV, and she was talking about how it appealed to everybody, not just, you know, everybody. When they say everybody back then, they meant everybody. Now when they say everybody, they just mean it's their Twitter mob. That's the difference. But this show truly was for everybody. She made sure that it appealed to everybody. And I'm just so thankful that Verity Lambert, you know, did the things that she did. Because without those, I wouldn't be talking to you, John. I wouldn't have made the friendships
Exactly.
I wouldn't have my YouTube channel because, to be quite honest with you, I don't think I would have been a YouTuber if it wasn't for Doctor Who. So, you know, I owe her a lot as well. So, special place you'll always. And I just
I know
think
exactly what you feel now with that in your heart, because you know I've been through troubled times, and like you have now. And end of the day, this program's always been here for me, and it, you know, you take the morality from it. So I thank her for that, for giving that.
Exactly. I mean, look, she's inspired a lot of young people.
Definitely.
She still inspires people still to this day. But I'd say to all those young women that are associated with Doctor Who now, that talk a lot about more female representation, I really think you all need to go back and actually learn the history of Verity Lambert, read about her struggles, read about all the things that she did to make herself a success. She didn't go on Twitter and moan and cry about the lack of opportunities. She got up off her arse and she made sure that she made those opportunities available for herself. And that's what a lot of these younger women now, the ones that are in the fandom that you hear talking a lot about female right. This is what you don't get. You just want things handed to you. Verity worked hard where she got, and she didn't want it easy. So take example from her, because she's the right kind of role model that these women should have. Jodie Whittaker is not a role model, and it's not her fault. It's because the way our Doctor is written. But even the stuff she comes out with personally, I don't think she is a very good role model for young girls. Verity Lambert is the role model as far as I'm concerned. Herself, Elizabeth Sladen, and all of those other wonderful ladies that have graced the screen as well, and the ones behind the camera, they're the ones that all of these young girls should be trying to inspire to be. Not Jodie Whittaker. Jodie Whittaker is a product of today's society, the way women are. I'm not saying all women, but the majority of these young women don't want to work hard. They want to just cry out and bitch about all the avenues that are closed, but they don't want to get up off their arse and do what Verity Lambert did, and actually did something to help herself. And she did. She went out there, strong woman, and she paved her way through this, and she's a legend, and she'll always be a legend. So that's the woman that we all should, not just young girls, men should also.
I'll tell you something else, Noel, as well. These fans, they should, certain fans should have said, not all fans, certain fans, well, they should go back and watch the black and white episodes, get past the black and white grainy pictures, get past by the bad sets, but look at the stories, look at how much effort, how much love's gone into them. If they watch them and then progress, say, to John, Tom and Peter, then just watch it all the way through. You don't have to watch every story, just select so many and go through, and then you'll see what the classic series is like. They'll see why there's so much love and so much that we don't hate Jodie's era because of just the crap stories, or just that they don't put love into it. It's because they've took canon away. So if they watch it from the beginning, they may realise what we think about the show, why we love this show, and why we're so passionate about it. We don't moan for nothing. We moan because we love the show.
Exactly. And with that said, that's a great way to end your chat. I mean, I do agree with you. I mean, look, it's getting ridiculous what's happening in the fandom now. But Chris Chibnall doesn't help the situation. I mean, the way he goes on. Fans are crying out for information, and then when fans like me actually give them some information, we're called lawyers and stuff. But Verity will outlive, her legacy will outlive this show. Same with Sydney Newman. I think this show now is in grave danger. I really do. I don't think. I think it's going to limp to the 60th. I'd be surprised if we have.
And then probably disappear.
it might disappear, and that's the sad thing. But we will always continue every year on the anniversary. We'll still continue to do what we do on this channel and highlight Doctor Who, bring classic Who to everybody, and we'll celebrate Doctor Who on this channel, because even if it does go away, we don't go away. Fandom doesn't go away. That's the difference. These guys will all jump ship. As soon as Doctor Who goes off here, they'll all jump ship, but we'll all still be here talking about it, promoting it, and trying to get people to it. And that's what it's all about. John, before we go, do you want to give any shout? Because we've got 2 more guests waiting. Is there any channels you want to shout out, or social medias there?
No, as I said before, no, there's your channel. Problem being Lee, Rabbi, Blue Bonnet, and Daniels. That's what I like watching. So thanks to tonight.
Listen, thanks for coming up, mate. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. No, very kind.
Right. I'll see you later, pal. Thanks for coming on.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And that was John, everybody. Great call. Great call. Right, we've got 2 more guests, or 2 final guests. Right, let's bring him on. It's the one and only for Doctor.
Hello, Noel.
Just give him a second there. The old screen again, as usual. My computer is acting up. Sorry about this, folks. He's probably on your screen, but it's black on my screen. Oh, there he is with his TARDIS behind him and his Dalek. Oh my God! What? Let's move out away for a minute. Let's see your Dalek. Wow.
Rather fine, isn't he?
Well, you did say you had one. Jesus Christ, that's huge, mate. Holy shit.
Cybermen heads in the background there. You what?
Oh my God. I said, is it big enough for you to sit in it?
Yeah, it's full size.
Wow. There, Lee wants all your stuff. No, you can't have his stuff, Lee. You can't have his stuff. That is brilliant, mate. I love it. And I love the TARDIS.
Lee can wish.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Well, listen, obviously you've heard everybody tonight. We're talking a little bit about Verity Lambert. So, so is there anything you would like to add to what's being said?
Well, I'm stunned, to be quite honest, that there's 4 people that downvote something that's celebrating the life of a woman that was such a groundbreaker. I mean, as has been said before, she was like 28 years old and she marched into the male-dominated BBC, took it by the scruff of the neck and strangled the life out of it. She was amazing. And she produced something. There's hardly anybody else that's produced something like that that's still around today. I mean, admittedly, in a really crappy state, but
yeah,
she understood what Doctor Who was, and she understood good TV. You just have to look at her track record. Her resume goes for a mile. You know, but she's the only person though that started Doctor Who from a position where nobody in the world knew what it was. You know, I mean, Russell T Davies brought it back and did a great job, but it was still in popular culture by then. She started from absolutely nothing, and she stuck by it. She had those arguments with Sydney about the BEMs and the Daleks and everything else, and she was right, and he admitted she was right. Fair dues. He gave her the breaks. Unprecedented to get a repeat, unprecedented to get a record the first episode again, and he allowed that for her. But I think that's because he saw the potential of it as well, and probably because it was his idea. But yeah, incredible woman. And like again, others have said, you know, they say now, 21st century, Doctor Who needs to be so inclusive and it needs to appeal to this group and that group and that group. Well, in 1963, a single female 28-year-old Jewish woman, a gay Indian chap, you know, I mean, how inclusive was it then? You know, I mean, they were in charge of it, for God's sake. And yet they think that Doctor Who needs to catch up now. It doesn't need to catch up now. It was in front then. And they miss that point. They really do.
No, you're right. It was ahead of its time, just like Star Trek was ahead of its time. These sci-fi was, but again, this is the same rhetoric that certain fans that come into the fandom, you know, they And a lot of these fans that talk this came into the fandom in 2005 when Doctor Who came back again. Now, I've no problem with that, right? I don't. 2005, if you became a Doctor Who fan, absolutely fantastic.
Right.
But unfortunately, there are some that did become fans that only became fans because they had an agenda. Now, ever since David Tennant's second season, I think it was season 3, we start getting the talk from the media. It started creeping in a little bit, talks of a female doctor. And it was always dismissed, right? But every year, this call was getting louder and louder and louder. And RTD and Moffat both resisted. Now, Moffat more so than people realize, because Moffat was actually on the verge of casting a woman as the Doctor in his era at one stage, and he decided against it. He thought it wouldn't work. So I think this is where Chris Chibnall probably, because they're mates, so they would have Moffat probably would have said it to him. Well, I was thinking of this, because when Chris Chibnall actually came out and announced that they were doing a female Doctor, and he announced Jodie Whittaker, Moffat was actually the very first person to come out and defend it, because obviously there was a huge backlash. And then that's when he actually came out and said, well, I was thinking about it, but it takes a brave man or something to that effect to do it. So Chris Chibnall apparently was the man that thought he could do it justice. But we've looked at it, we've seen it. Would Verity, I want to ask you, and because, you know, a lot has been said about her over the years. You know, a lot of these younger female fans will use her as inspiration, as well. You know, if we hadn't got Verity, we wouldn't have a female Doctor. I disagree with that. I don't think Verity being a fan of a female Doctor, personally speaking. What do you think?
I agree with you totally. I think she would have been heartbroken to see what's become of the series today. And I don't think if she was, I mean, forget, obviously she's not with us, and she would have been 85. So putting that to one side, if she was still here and in charge of the BBC, I don't think Chibnall would have ever been employed, let alone given that job. I mean, the guy's a hack. Is a Doctor Who fan who's got above himself. He's been promoted above his comfortable level. I think he's gone above his ceiling. You know, he said that it's not a democracy, but if you go back to those days when it was John Nathan Turner and the series was really nosediving, and he was on that panel show tearing into Doctor Who, he thought it was a democracy then. He thought it was okay to be a democracy then, but now he's in charge. He didn't want to know about that. He's a hypocrite. He's two-faced, and he's just an amateur, and he's got no right to be in charge of what is a national asset, really, and it's part of British culture, and he's destroying it.
Yeah, right. I mean, it's a British institution. Yeah. It's like, you know, if you ask people, you know, what UK most known for, you know, it'd be everything that's Britishness, but then they'd add TV shows like Fawlty Towers, Doctor Who, One Foot in the Grave, you know, Only Fools and Horses. You know, that's what BBC back in the day was known for.
Totally.
You know, creating all of these great shows. But again, Verity went on after Doctor Who to create so much more. I mean, she was a big influence on British television. I know they say Sidney Newman changed the face of British television, but let's be honest, so did Verity. I mean, Verity really did open up avenues and pathways for other female producers or writers to come forward and showcase their talent. But again, none of these women would have had it easy. They would have having to work like their male counterparts, having to work hard. Yes, it was a little bit harder for them because it was a male-dominated BBC. Let's be honest, we all know that it was dusty and needed to be cleaned. She said in the movie, it's dusty and it needs to be cleaned out. Get rid of all of these dusty old men. She was right there. BBC did need to drag itself into the future. And Verity Lambert was very much part and parcel of that. And I mean, look what she did. She went on to achieve after Doctor Who. I mean, I've said it. I don't know if you agree, but I think probably the best female executive producer that the UK, maybe even the world. I don't know if there's anybody even out there that beats her, to be quite honest with you. Name me another executive producer, or female executive producer that's bigger than Verity Lambert in the UK anyway. I don't think there is. So
I don't think there is. I think
yeah,
she was
and I don't think even in the world there is. So for me, I think she's the greatest of all time. I think with the budget she had, the restrictions she had, the brief that she had, and she produced that. And look,
right towards the end, towards the end of her career, she had one that wasn't so much of a success, that BBC soap El Dorado, and that, I think that came through her company Cinema Verity that she set up. And I remember seeing her in an interview, and they were really trying to tear into it. If you can imagine Chibnall now and people criticizing him, and he's like, not a democracy, not going to talk about it, go away and stuff, suck his thumb. They were trying to make a joke about El Dorado, and the fact was she accepted that it hadn't worked, but she stood her ground and she argued her point and she fought for it, and she agreed that it hadn't worked, and she agreed that it was probably good that it had finished, but she argued her point. She stood her ground. And Chibnall can't do that. But I think you're right. There is nobody still that is even close to the track record that she's got, the successes that she had. She was just monumental, absolutely monumental, and we owe so much to her. And it's quite right that as proper true Doctor Who fans, we remember her for that, and we will keep her name alive, just like Delia Derbyshire and all the other.
So
all the other great characters.
The names will never disappear from this fandom.
No,
because be fans like yourself, fans like me, and others out there, we'll keep their names alive. I mean, these people were very, they changed the face. Listen, I mean, Doctor Who changed the face of British television. It showed that sci-fi could actually be done on British television. Now, there were sci-fi shows on British television, but let's be honest, up until Doctor Who came along, were any of them really that great? No. Then Doctor Who comes along, and then it just blows everybody away. I mean, even that Dalek story, I wasn't around at the time. I would have loved to be around that era when they released the William Hartnell Dalek episode, the Daleks. I would have loved that, because the hype and the way people had went on after that would have been such a great time. But we got
to live through that Dalek mania.
The anniversary though is, again, when we got to the 50th, it was a proud moment. I don't know about you, but as a Doctor Who fan, I think it was the proudest moments we had as a Doctor Who fan. We could finally, stick our chests out and actually say, yes, I'm a Doctor Who fan, and yes, I'm proud to be a Doctor Who fan, because the fandom was on a high. The show was the biggest. Listen, even Verity Lambert, I don't think could have saw what happened during the 50th. I mean, it was global. It was global.
It was unbelievable. I got a couple of DVDs from Real Time. I've got 3. I got all the 3-disc Devil's End thing, where it's a sequel, Demons. But I also got the 2 DVDs that they did on Longleat, because I was fortunate to go to Longleat, Doctor Who's Woodstock, and even more, I was actually able to get in to Longleat when I went as well. And unlike about 40,000 other people that were still in the queues, but you compare that, and then I compare it to the 50th celebration that they had at the Excel Centre, which I took my son to, and 30 years later, and it was just, if they thought Doctor Who was big then, I mean, my God, it was riding on that crest of a wave, I think, from the end of Tennant, when it had made. Did it not get the highest rating drama of the year when Tennant left?
Yeah.
And then it just rode the crest of that wave through Matt Smith up to the 50th. It was just amazing times. Then you think, how it repeats itself, because it was big during Longleat, and then 5 years later it was on a nosedive, and now it was big during the 50th, and 5 years later we get Whittaker and it's on a nosedive. It's funny how it repeats, but I'm not sure it'll make it to its 60th, and if it did, I think it'd probably not necessarily be a good thing.
Here's the thing, though. I don't think if it does make it to the 60th, and I'm like you, I think it's going to limp there. Well, if it does, I think the 60th is it. I don't see it surviving after the 60th,
No,
to be quite honest with you. I mean,
I'd agree with you.
Let's, before you go, because we have run out of time, but I just want to add this. I mean, look, for example, I mean, we've got a festive special coming up. They announced that Captain Jack is coming back, right? And they also showed us a picture of the new Dalek, right? And then there's been leaked photographs of Sontaran, right? But go on to Twitter, go on to Facebook, go on to YouTube, right? Even the YouTube channels that do all of this sort of stuff. And look, views are down everywhere, including on my own channel. I have to admit, you know, views are down. If I talk about the series, especially, you know, if it's series 11 or 12, nobody, it's like the constant thing I get as well when I put information out there as well is I don't care. And that's the thing. See, there's someone in the chat just at the saying that they're Tardis time. Don't care. This is the whole thing that I'm getting now. It doesn't matter. They don't care about there was excitement for about 5 minutes. They don't care. Right? The Dalek was announced. They don't care. The Sontarans have been announced. They don't care. So I don't know how they think they can get to the 60th, right? And then after the 60th, if they do decide to continue with it, I just don't see it being able to continue after this. Look, for me personally, if you wanted to survive, the best thing to do is cut all your ties with Chibnall now.
I totally agree.
They gave him series 13. There's rumors now that he might actually stay on it, and it might be just Whittaker that's going. If that happens, that's the wrong move, in my opinion. Anyway,
totally.
Look, I'd even tolerate another series as bleeding Jodie Whittaker if Chris Chibnall wasn't the showrunner. I really would at this stage, because she's not the biggest problem here. The biggest problem here is Chris Chibnall and all the hacks that he's employed.
I think the only way Doctor Who can succeed is if, you know, we're going to get these 8 episodes, get them out of the way, flush them down the pan, because at the end of the day, you can't, to be blunt, you can't polish a turd, and this is what it is. Get rid of it, rest it for a couple of years, and then maybe bring it back on the 60th and just retcon Chibnall and Whittaker and everything out of it. I don't know how at the minute, but, you know, explosion of the TARDIS, different dimension, different Doctor, bring him back, and I don't know. But
well, listen, the future of the show might be up in the air, but there's one thing that will always remain, and that's the legacy. Of this show, the legacy of Verity, Lambert, and everybody else involved in it. And here's the thing. You are right. No matter what happens with the show, these guys will always be remembered, including Verity. Verity will, more so than anybody else, I think, personally. I know Sydney gets a lot of credit, but I think Verity, more than anybody else, will be.
Well, she is in canon, isn't she? Really, at the end of Tennant, when he goes back to meet everybody, the woman is Verity Newman, isn't she?
Yeah,
signing the books. So she's got a name enshrined in canon there somewhere as well.
Exactly, and rightly so. Listen, it's been brilliant having you actually on.
Yeah, thank you. I've enjoyed it.
A lot of people are jealous. Next time, though, maybe you should put your camera on, because everybody wants to rob your stuff. Actually, Lee said that if you want to actually sign your will, and make sure you put them part of it. I mean, Jesus Christ, these people, the things they try. Look, give me all the things. You're not getting them. Buy your own. But listen, thanks for coming on. Is there anybody before you leave, or anything you want to do before you go?
I dabble a little bit on YouTube, but I don't do videos like you do.
Right.
Third Doctor on there. On Twitter, I'm on Third Doctor, _Doctor. But apart from that, I love watching your shows, Daniel's, and of course Nerdrotics and the Rabbi. So I'd recommend to anybody following those, but they probably do already. So, but thank you. I've really enjoyed it.
Listen, thanks for coming on. I really enjoyed having you on, and thanks for your thoughts and opinion. But don't be a stranger, mate.
No,
don't be a stranger. So come back
do
again.
it again. Yeah, we'll do.
Okay. Listen, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Cheers.
So we got 2 more. Someone else popped into the studio, but this is definitely the last person after Josh, right? Because we're 2 hours in now. So thanks. Oh, look at that Dalek. Cyberman heads behind them as well. Right, I better go before I even. Yeah. Right, Lee, get the balaclavas ready. It's going to take me ages to get over. I'm in Ireland, so I'll just swim over because there's no planes or boats. I can't swim.
Do it before Brexit, eh?
That's it. Right, come on. I'll talk to you later, pal. Oh, that's fantastic. And that was the Third Doctor. Absolutely fantastic. Thanks for coming on and showing us your stuff. We really appreciate it. And no, Lee, you are not getting it, right? You're not getting his stuff. It's his. Right. Let's bring on our next guest. It's the one and only Josh.
Hello.
Again, just give it a few seconds, a bit of a black screen there, and then his face should pop up. Any second now. Irish and balaclavas are not a good mix, no. Yeah, we always say that about Lee, but you are right. Yeah. Hey, Josh.
Hey, how are you? You remember me? I had to get past your bouncer problem being, but I thought he would remember who I was. He was very welcoming to me the last time, so perhaps he doesn't remember. But a shout out to him. And
Lee, because we've been getting trolls lately that have managed to get on the panel, and
not me. I'm one of the good guys.
Tried, obviously, and I say try, but they have tried to kind of upset me. They have tried to catch me out because they think I'm a racist and homophobe. So they bring up stuff deliberately that they think will rile me up. But the thing about it is, I'm always calm and respond and give me your opinion. It kind of does wreck their heads because they do think I'm racist, but I'm not. And that's what annoys them. So, yeah, the Lee just, what happens is Lee comes into the studio before anybody else comes in now, and he vets people. But, yeah, he must have forgot who you are because normally the regulars, he's fine with the regulars. It's only when he sees a new name. So, I see the two of you are talking there in the private chat. So, it's all good. So that's good, right? Okay, right. We'll just get straight into it. Obviously, we know who we're talking about today.
Oh yeah,
we're talking about the late great Verity Lambert. What are your opinions on Verity?
It's funny, but just I want to comment on something you said to your previous guest that you were talking about all the things that people associate great with Britain, and it's not just the Britcoms, but I always think of Doctor Who. I also think of Sherlock Holmes and James Bond. So I was lucky enough to procure a T-shirt that has a James Bond and Doctor Who mashup. I don't know if you can see this. Hold on, let me back it up a little bit. David Tennant and James Bond together. Let me see if I can open it up. Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. There is.
That's Tennant in the middle, not with this thing, but it's the James Bond logo. Yeah, let me see if I can center it. There it is.
You go. That's perfect. We can see it now.
Yeah.
Wow. That's brilliant. I do love all of those T-shirts. I have a Deadpool one myself.
Oh, okay.
It's called the Dead Box. So he has the TARDIS, but it's Deadpool. It's actually, I used to wear it on the streams before the camera broke. But I do love all of those one-off T-shirts that they make. That's a nice one. I love it. That's fantastic.
Deadpool is great, and everyone who watches Deadpool, stay for the end credit scenes. They're hilarious.
No, they are. They actually are.
But Verity, I see. I don't know what's been said. It's funny because of my time difference here. It's 4:30. That when I start, I'm still working. But so I don't know if someone said it, but I mean, the most important thing that Verity brought. Yes, Sydney Newby, but you know what? It's everybody, everyone associated, from the writers. Yes, the actors we love, but who are the people who hired those actors? It's everyone has a piece to play. But Verity in particular, she was famous for fighting for the Daleks, because if it wasn't for her, Sidney Newman's vision was just this boring educational show of this time traveler, and he'd be more of a teacher. So she really fought hard for Terry Nation's Dalek story, and it really hit the bullseye. And when he came on, when the Daleks came on and they ended up being such a hit, she was exonerated in the ratings, and they said, okay, you know, this Verity, she really knows what she's doing. And that is actually, I think, her biggest impact in terms of steering the direction of the show away from purely historical to something of the show that we love as a sci-fi show traveling in time and space.
Exactly. I mean, look, with that scene in An Adventure in Space and Time is one of my favorites, where Sidney Newman is now, I know it's only dramatized, but it is my favorite because it kind of highlights what you said about our fighting for the Daleks. But when he's reading the script and you see your man that's playing Sidney and he's reading on it and he's exterminate, and you just see the worried look on his face and he's reading down, and I can just imagine that was Sidney when he actually was handed the script for the first time for the Dalek story, and he was like, what is she at? I said, no, tin robots. You know, that sort of way. But you're right, she fought for the Daleks. She fought for the show to be, after the pilot episode aired and it didn't do too well because obviously we'd had the Kennedy assassination the day before. She fought for that episode to be aired again. Again, if she didn't do that, I don't think we'd be here today.
You know, there's so many components of we wouldn't be here today. You have no idea how many times the show is on the verge of cancellation. At the end of the Hartnell era, would they take to regeneration? At the end of the Troughton era, even right at the beginning, the pilot, it was moved because of all the news of the Kennedy assassination. I mean, we think now, you know what she did in those days. You didn't have 10 episodes, 30. You ran it the whole year. They were like 48 episodes. You know, they were working like dogs. And the special effects of that time, you got to give them credit for what they had at that time. And compared to now, you get chibs like, maybe we'll go 10 episodes. Maybe we'll go 8. Maybe we need less. Maybe if we got 0 episodes of Jodie, I'd be happy. But I mean, good Lord, this show isn't. I mean, and how it fell so fast from the pinnacle of what of Peter Capaldi and what he did. I just watched on YouTube on the other day one of his finest moments, not just finest Doctor Who moments, but finest television moments. I call it the Zygon speech.
Yeah.
The Zygon inversion speech. You got to know what I'm talking about.
I do. It is a great speech. I have to be honest. Where he's sitting there with the two of them, and he's, that is the pinnacle. I do prefer the Heaven Sent speech. Not Heaven Sent speech. Sorry, the speech in World Enough. What's a World Enough? What the heck? That episode, Moffat has weird bleeding names. A World and Not in Time, whatever the heck. He has a speech in that one, I think, and the second part of that where he's begging Missy to help him. I think that speech is absolutely fantastic as well.
That's a good one. I mean, he's just as a character, as a human being. Wow, he embodies, I think, what the Doctor should be in the same way that Tom Baker did as well.
It's popping into my head. It's only been 7 years since the 50th anniversary So in 7 years, we've went from the pinnacle, the height of the fandom, the show, its popularity. 7 years down the line, and the show has been completely forgotten by most of the British public. The same with the American audience. They've switched off. It's had the lowest ratings. The last episode had the lowest ratings since the late 80s. I mean, when you think about how fast the decline is, I mean, it's startling. 7 years is startling. That the decline of the show that quickly in 7 years is unbelievable. I mean, Verity, do you think Verity would have been a fan of the current era of Doctor Who?
You know, I know you've been asking that a lot of your guests, and I don't even want to speculate. Everyone has their own opinions, and they're welcome to it. And maybe she would be, in theory, in favor of one aspect, but not another. Who knows? But I don't like where Doctor Who has gone, obviously. Not only do I not like Jodie, I don't think it should have been a woman. Doesn't mean I hate women. I got to insert that in there. I just think this is just a male character. It's been established. It's like, if you want to have, a female doctor, I'll say, sure, fine. Once I see a female portrayal of like Martin Luther King, if an actor can be anybody, I don't buy into that. And leave the established canon alone. Have another show with a female Time Lord, or Romana. Bring Romana back. Ronnie, the Doctor's daughter. There's so many ways they could have done it and done it well, but they didn't. They decided they talk about the difference of what's the two words? Envy and jealousy, and what they're synonyms, but no, they're not. So if someone is jealous, they go, oh, he's got $1 million. I wish I had $1 million. But envy is, he's got $1 million. I want his money. And that's what they did here. It wasn't, we want to have equal. No, I want that show. And look what they've done to it. It's you can cry, it's horrible.
I mean, I think Verity would be very disappointed in.
I'd like to believe that. I'd like to, but who knows? But we can certainly celebrate what she did, and but it's funny. I'm always been a believer that there was no one person that put Doctor Who on the map, and that's what makes it special. It was a collaboration. It was a collaboration of a lot of people, a lot of ideas, even people like Terrence Dicks. No one gives him enough credit. The writers and the stories. That counts for a lot, and this. I mean, sometimes it doesn't have to be complicated stories. Some of them were brilliant. A lot of them were brilliant up until but even in the classic Who, there were some duds, and even our favorite Doctors had some duds. But you know what? Overall, I have an expression. For me, I enjoy it. So long as the highs are higher than the lows are low.
That's a nice way of putting it, actually. I agree with you.
Yeah.
The new Who era, we know it's always been a little bit, it's different. It's no classic Who. They are two clearly different entities.
Classic Who is grittier.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, look, again, it doesn't matter. Look, the show's in a state, right? But here was the thing: even in the 80s, when the show went off air, they were still doing interviews with Verity Lambert. They were still talking to the people that were still alive when the show wasn't on air, doing interviews, talking about the love of the show. You can see a lot of those Verity Lambert actually interviews on the DVD box sets that you do buy and stuff like that. I mean, the one thing that, as I said, and I've said this all night, but the one thing that will remain will be her legacy. It will be Sidney Newman's legacy. It will be Waris Hussein. Even if this show is gone and completely goes out of the British people's consciousness, they will still always remember that young 28-year-old Verity Lambert who went into the BBC, basically shook off the shackles and made her way in a male-dominated BBC. And she didn't moan or complain about it, even when things were made hard for her. She kept grinding and she kept working hard. And then look at what she's left. What a legacy to leave. 50. Let's just say 50 years, right? The last 7 years have been a bit of a disaster. Let's be honest.
Oh wait, we got a toaster.
50 years, Sheila, half a century, right? Half a century. We're still talking about Doctor Who. That is down to Verity, Sidney Newman, Delia Derbyshire, Waris Hussein, and every other person that was behind this show. And they deserve an awful lot of credit for it.
Do you know who had his, just a few days ago on the 19th, do you know who had his 96th birthday? He's still with us. William Russell played the first companion, and he's still with us at 96. So he's
brilliant. It is. It's good to see. It's good to see. I wonder what he'd think of the show. He probably knows better not to say anything, to be quite honest with you.
Right.
So yeah. But listen, we have run out of time. So if you'd like to do a few, you want to shout out a few channels, or you want to shout out your own social media, you may do so.
Well, I don't have my own channel. Maybe one day I'd like to. I don't think I'm as savvy as I am. I probably need help with that. I don't know how to do my own YouTube, but we're certainly on the same page. I think the same names keep coming up. Nerdrotic, Heels versus Babyface. He's the ratings expert. Who else? There's obviously yourself, and I'm trying to think who are the Doctor Who channels. I think those are the ones that are coming to mind for now. I think right now we're in the wake mode, the Irish wake. We're celebrating what was.
Yeah.
What is dead. So we gotta drink to what was, and we'll see what happens. But just in the beginning of the week, it was the Doctor Who's anniversary. But it's like I didn't feel like celebrating, because I feel like like the person that died, or like we're celebrating a marriage anniversary, but we're divorced. But but it's thanks for the memories. That's how I feel at this point.
Yeah, she deserves an awful lot of credit for the memories that she gave us. You're right.
Yeah.
And again, I'll say it again, Verity Lambert is an absolute legend. And I think that a lot of these younger girls that are in the fandom that keep calling for female representation should really look to this woman as an example, and not be listening to the few mouthpieces that are in the fandom claiming that women weren't a huge part of this show. They most certainly were. And they most certainly will be in the future as well. We've never, listen, the fact of the matter, do you know what the most ironic thing about this is? They call us all sexist and bigots and stuff like this. Well, we actually love the show that was actually put on screen by a woman and basically created by a woman. So who's the sexist bigots?
It's such a laugh. I was like 2 or 3 years old when they had Pertwee was the Doctor, and I was too young to watch it and appreciate it at the time. And they had the mutants. They were having black actors on at that time. This was early 70s. So, and on the show, and then and so it's always been for everyone. But you know what? The people who say, "Oh yeah, I'd like Doctor Who if it was this, and if it was a woman, and if it was," well, then you don't like Doctor Who, because this is it. This is what we're offering. You either like it or you don't. And for the people who said, "Oh, this is progressive. If you don't like it, don't watch it." Well, the ratings are showing that we're doing exactly that. We're not watching anymore. But you know what? The memories are all good. We still have Baker and Tennant and Capaldi and all those, and you can't erase that no matter how much they try. I'd love to crowdsource a retcon of the retcon, but one day at a time. And thank you, Noel, for having me on. I appreciate it. And problem being, I think his name is Lee. I hope we're all good. And
no, it's just I just need to explain. Lee is being a little bit overzealous, maybe because of what's happened the last couple of days. We have had trolls. He's very protective of this channel, but he knows we are now, so there won't be a problem again. But listen, I'm just going to be out straight with people that come on to this channel, though. If you're a new name, yeah, Lee, you have to convince Lee that you are not trolls. You just have to prove to Lee that you are actually genuine. And if Lee says you can't come on, well, then I take his final decision, because he is the guy behind the scenes that will make sure, because he's keeping the chat. We have Chris in the chat with all the other moderators, along with Lee, keeping the chat safe. But Lee is going to make sure whoever comes on is going to behave themselves, because the last few weeks we've had a lot of trolls. We've had people try to take down the channel. 3 weeks ago, actually, someone used the soundbite of the N-word and actually tried to share some porn on my channel as well. So yeah, that's why Lee is doing what he's doing. But yeah, these are all good. So everything is great. Lee, you can find, there you go, mate. Lee, he's on Facebook there as well. He says you can check him out if you want it. He's on Facebook. So we've got one more guest, but I'm not sure if it's really that person now, because we've got someone acting the MAGA. So I'm just going to bring them on, and hopefully it is that person. If not, they're going to be removed straight away. But listen, Josh, thanks for coming on.
Have a great day. Have a great weekend. Stay safe.
You too, man. I'm going to see you soon.
Take care.
And that was Josh. Right. Okay. So, and Lee is just had to say to you there, it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Right. Let's bring on our final guest. It's Jack.
Hi.
How are you?
Fine. Yeah, so sorry I've been...
No, Jack, because it's audio. I can hear the noise in the background, so it's definitely Jack Lee. We weren't sure because this fella, he's using multiple accounts, and he's actually using names that we know to come on and try and troll. I don't know why you'd actually spend your whole life trying to troll someone. I think there's better things. Well, how are you, Jack?
I'm fine. So I've enjoyed watching you stream. I haven't watched the whole thing because I had stuff to do, so I'm sorry if I'm not up with most things, but I've been watching for like the past hour.
Tonight normally when we do this, we let everybody talk about whatever they want. But because it's Verity Lambert 85th, or she would be 85 today, we've decided to talk about Verity Lambert. So that's what we're talking about. So obviously you're a Doctor Who fan, so you know who Verity Lambert is. I just want to ask you what your thoughts and opinions are of the greatest woman in the Doctor Who fandom.
Well, I think she's exactly what you've said she is. I think she's absolutely amazing. Obviously, I came in with Russell T Davies, so going back and exploring Classic Who has been something really cool, but I always remember watching An Adventure in Space and Time, and that was really what introduced me to her and who she was. So from that, I thought, wow, like, what an amazing woman, and I'd love to know more about her. And on a lot of the classic Doctor Who DVDs, they have special features with interviews with her, and she seems exactly as I thought she was.
Yeah, and I would encourage any fan, it doesn't matter when you come in, start watching the show. If you haven't seen any of the Verity Lambert interviews, you should really go and check them out. It kind of does give you a bit of a measure of the woman, what she was kind of like. So this is why I've been asking fans, what do you think she would actually like the current iteration? Because if you were to listen to her interviews and listen to the things that she says about the show, well, if you listen to what she said in the past, then you would come up with the conclusion that this woman wouldn't be a fan of what's happening with the show. So I'll ask you, like, about everybody on the panel, Jack. What do you think? Do you think she'd actually be a fan of Jodie Whittaker's Doctor? Do you think she would even be a fan of her writing?
I don't think she would, because I think she was very on board with what Sydney Newman had thought out for the show. It is a male role. And I think she cast William Hartnell with very specific intentions because his character fit how she envisioned the character. And I just don't think, I'm not being sexist, but I just don't think a woman could pull that off in the same way. And, I love that in Adventure in Space and Time when she's casting and she says, you're perfect. You're like a grumpy Father Christmas, but with a twinkle.
Yeah.
And I love that so much. And I'm just like, it's not really the same character anymore. And I think back to David Tennant, who is my Doctor, and I feel like he was a massive departure from that now that I look back at it. And I often wonder if Verity would have been down with that.
Well, you see, David Tennant's very interesting because Christmas Invasion, when you watch that, he's not in it that much, but then when he is in it, and he goes to Satsuma, and he goes, no second chances, that's the kind of Doctor I am. And I thought, yeah, this is a bit harder or less. That's what we want. But, of course, we got a jokey David Tennant's Doctor instead. Kind of hyperactive, kind of all over the place. I mean, the Christmas Invasion, you watch the Christmas Invasion and then watch his first episode of the actual season. They're miles apart. Even the way he acts in Christmas Invasion is different. The way he acts in the very first episode. I think it was a genuine attempt to make his Doctor a little bit dark. But I don't know after. I don't know. I know the ratings for the Christmas Invasion were actually pretty healthy. But maybe someone in the saw it and probably didn't think it was the ratings were as high as they were going to be. And they kind of made these Doctor. I mean, Moffat certainly did that with Peter Capaldi. He tried to make his Doctor really dark, which is quite right. Season 8. I think it's great, but don't like it because Peter Capaldi's Doctor is a bit too dark for them. That's the way I've always thought of it. William Hartnell. I'd rather the Doctor be a bit more, like that.
Yeah. Because I've only just started really getting into the Hartnell era, and I will admit I am guilty of it. I was one of those kids who was like, if it hasn't got a monster in it, it's boring. But
yeah.
Now that I'm a bit older, I've gone back and I've watched it, and I love it. It's like a nice little adventure show, in a way. Even though it's got a lot of historical stories, I actually really enjoy them. Because they're not trying to push anything; they're just trying to make a fun show.
Yeah, and tell a story, most importantly. The story that'll keep that on.
And Barbara, she, in my opinion, is probably the strongest female character to ever be in the show. I think she mirrors Verity.
I think if I'm correct in saying, wasn't she a friend of Verity Lambert and Verity gave her the job? I think they were friends. So. You're right, Barbara gets overlooked, but you are right. Look what she went through during that. And she did start off. She walked into the Tardis. Obviously could have lost that crap, but she didn't. It was Ian that was moving. She was always very strong, wasn't she? And even when she knew they couldn't get home, like she did. You saw Barbara's character grow. See, this is the difference between today's Doctor and the characters that we have in today's show. That even back when they first started, all of these characters that were introduced to were all developed. The Doctor developed as it went on. Barbara developed. Ian developed.
Yeah, but Barbara actually directly influenced the Doctor's personality, because the Doctor was quite cold at first and very alien, but she kind of called him out a little bit and said, how it is, and they argued all the time. But as they went on, they slowly began to get on together, and I love that scene in Edge of Destruction where they sit down together, and the Doctor even says, I think you may have been right about me, and all that, and I love that. She's not talking down to him like, oh, you man, or anything like you would get today. It's more just like, as a friend, and, she knows that he means well.
Yeah, but you're right. Look, both of their characters developed, both of them. And I mean, you are right. That is a little scene where they're sitting together. I mean, he could also see, as you said yourself, he could also see the remains. She was right. And you are right. You do kind of need that human element with Dr. Donkey. You need someone like the Barber. You know, that's why I think Donna works so well. Because, you know, when you get rid of this romance business, which started to insert in the new era, listen, I'm not really a fan of it. It's not something that makes me go absolutely crazy. If they want to do a fine, I still don't think they should. But this is why I love Donna so much, because they got rid of that romantic element, and then you could to see the two of them. And it is great when you have an actor and actress like David Tennant and Catherine Tate who are actually friends in real life, and you could see the on-screen chemistry. It was absolutely fantastic. So I think in a way, you know, Barbara and Donna are similar in some aspects. I mean, Donna, especially in the Arachnid, what was that? Not Christmas Invasion. What was the one with the Arachnid Queen again?
The Runaway Bride.
Yeah, the Runaway Bride. But even then, she stops the Doctor from going too far. Remember, there's always been the human companion, especially Barbara. Barbara for William Hartnell's Doctor, and certainly Donna Noble for David Tennant's Doctor. They were the moral compass. They were, you know, when they seen that the Doctor was going too far, they'd be the ones to kind of reel him in. But as you said, not talking down to the Doctor, not treating the Doctor like he's some sort of, you know, what's the word? Like a piece of rubbish. They, you know, talk to him at his level and say, listen, I think you know, and that's the way it should be. But Barbara, you're right. That's a very good point. Barbara does get overlooked quite a lot when they do all of these companion polls. Who was the best companion? I'd actually have to say she's up there.
Yeah, I really think she is. And I also really liked Polly, which is why I was quite disheartened to hear what you had to say at the start of the stream about how she saying all that stuff about being bisexual and all that. And which I'm not against, you know, like bisexual or anything, but I hate it when it's tokenist, you know.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, we've got Anna Wilkes coming out, and or Willis, wherever her name is. I can never get her name right because it's a weird name anyway. But one that played Polly, apparently she's saying, well, because the show is evolving now, that she wouldn't rule out a transgender Doctor. And I mean, again, it just goes to show you are right. The shift, it's more about an agenda or a narrative instead of actually about the show itself. Do you always notice it's always when they talk about a new Doctor now or a potential new Doctor, it's always about their sexual orientation or what they identify as. It's not about like, well, how would they fit into the role? What would they do different than other Doctors have done? And what can they do to elevate the show to a different level? It's not that about that anymore. It's always when you read interviews, oh, well, they'd be a good fit because, you know, they happen to be this, that, and the other. That's not how it works. It's never how it's supposed to work. You hire the best person. And whether that best person for the role now, if they're going down this route with a woman, whether it's a man or a woman, you pick the best. You pick the best. You don't pick someone like Jodie Whittaker. Jodie Whittaker, I'm sorry, whether people like, and I'll still say it, she's over her head, way over her head in this role. I'd actually go further and say that this is beyond her pay grade. She shouldn't be doing Doctor Who, and she shouldn't have took the role either. And it's true, Olivia Colman turned it down. Olivia Colman dodged the bullet. She was right. But Jodie Whittaker should have done the same. But Verity, I don't know. Kind of piecing together all the interviews that I've seen of her.
I have a feeling that
be a fan.
I have a feeling that she would, if she was still alive, she would say, "I'll give it a chance, just like everybody else will." But I think, having watched Series 11 and Series 12 and The Timeless Children, I think even she would have been like, "No."
Well, I know, because it destroys everything that she created.
Well, yeah, but it's not just that. It just breaks everything. Now the Doctor is space god and can just do unlimited numbers of things. And I don't like how the Doctor is the center of the universe. The Doctor's supposed to explore the universe, not be the universe.
Yeah, Well, let's see if Chris. Well, we'll see what he has planned for us for the festive special and Series 13. Obviously, we've seen the leaked photographs of the new redesigned Sontarans, so they're definitely making an appearance. Oh, by the way, in the same interview, because we're finishing up now, but in the same interview, he also has said that he would love to bring back. And by the way, I said this last year on the channel, so well, not actually last year, because it's still this year. What we're talking about, I said it earlier in the year that don't be surprised if Chris Chibnall was to bring back an Amy Pond or a Rory or someone like that. And guess what? In the interview that he did with the radio, or not radio, it was the Radio Times, yeah, with Radio Times, he said he'd love to bring back Amy and Rory. Now, he's not saying that for nothing. He's not. He never does say
he has worked with Arthur Darvill, so I suppose that's another thing that would make sense.
So, you never know. Series 13 could feature Amy and Rory now, because he's very adamant that he'd love to work with them. So I would say to Karen Gillan, and I'd plead with Arthur, please don't come back, because
I think Arthur will.
More sense to me. See, apparently the doctor in some of the rumors that I actually threw out there, apparently the doctor is going to come out and insinuate that they're bisexual. Now, apparently she's supposed to be doing an episode. Now, rumors are that Marilyn Monroe is going to appear in Series 13. Now, we do know that Matt Smith's doctor married Marilyn Monroe, but who was with Matt Smith's doctor when they were running away from the TARDIS when Marilyn was Rory and Amy? So don't be surprised. I'm telling you, don't be surprised. Captain Jack is back with his little blaster as well, and that was only featured in the Doctor Dances. So he's up to something. Chibnall is up to something really big.
The thing is, though,
go ahead.
Will any fans of this era actually know any of this stuff? Like, when you think, I know this stuff from 2005 onwards, but it's like, have any of Chibnall's hardcore fans really been watching for that long that they'll even understand these references?
No, I don't think so. And that's the thing. I think that's why Chibnall is doing what he's doing. I think he doesn't want fans that have joined up with the show or become fans of the show to go back and watch the classic era, because he's making so much of an attempt to destroy it. So to me, it's clear what he's doing. He doesn't want fans to go and check out Classic Who. He wants them to check out his version, because his version is the version that he wants people to go with. I mean, look, again, I'll make this point before we finish up tonight. But remember, when Chris Chibnall first took the job, he said he was going to do something completely different to everybody else that came before him, right? He did for Series 11, and it didn't work, and there was a huge backlash. But he's gone back to the tried and tested now. He did for Series 12, and it looks like for Series 13, he's going to even double down even more with the tried and tested. Sontarans, as I said, we're going to have Daleks. I wouldn't be surprised now, because obviously we've had the Cybermen. They're probably going to come back as well. God knows what other. Sylvain, as I said, they've been mentioned as well, mentioned it on the channel as well. They've been talked about coming back. So he's bringing back all the things that were popular during the RTD and Moffat era, and things that he thinks fans want. I can tell you now, I don't want to see Daleks anymore. I don't want to see Cybermen anymore, because we've seen them so many times now during this new Who era that it's actually getting a bit boring now. I want to see new villains. Or I want to see, if you want to bring back classic villains, then bring ones back that haven't been brought back before.
Do you know what I would love to do? If I ever got to write in the show, there is one villain I would love more than anything to bring back, because I consider it to be a godlike entity. I would love to bring back Sutek. Yeah,
I've said that as well. Sutek would be great. It's one of my favorite stories, actually. That was my first. I think that was my first Tom Baker story I ever watched, was Pyramids of Mars. So yeah, Sutek.
It's like, a villain's good when all it has to do is sit there and speak, and it scares you.
I know, and that's what this show was good at doing. But unfortunately, right now, we should be sitting here just talking about Verity, and about how great the show is, and about how well it's doing now. But unfortunately, it's not doing well now. Her legacy is being destroyed by an idiot, Chibs the idiot, as some people call him.
I am happy. I'm happy though that before she died, she did get to see the show come back.
Yeah. And
so it's kind of like the last thoughts were, it's so wonderful that my legacy has carried on, and like it's something that she got to go out with a smile.
Yeah. No, you're right. But it is, it is sad that she is no longer with us, because I in a way, I have said, like, in a way, I'm kind of glad she isn't, because if she was on Twitter or she was on any sort of social media, the mob, if she came out and said something against the new show, she'd be eaten alive. Well, she wouldn't take it, to be quite honest with you. She'd come back and fight back, because that's the type of woman she is. But I would hate her to be attacked like Peter Davison was, and then to have, it tainted for her, like it tainted it for Peter Davison.
Well, it's amazing, isn't it? It's like, it's all about women's rights until a woman disagrees.
Yeah, and then it's mad. We've had a few. Listen, I've since I started this channel, we've had a lot of ladies on these panels. They've been talking about, female doctor, about why they don't think it's a good idea, and all of these women have been subject to some form of bullying and harassment of other women, believe it or not, saying that they're basically, traitors to their gender for what they say. No, they're not traitors. What they are is they basically see what the show is and what the show was all about, and what they see now isn't that, and what they believe the show should be, just like the rest of us, like the 7 million households that have walked away as well. So, I mean, 7 million households and most of the fandom can't be right or wrong. Sorry. They have to be right. And Chris Chibnall won't listen. And this is why I think after the 60th, it's going to limp to the 60th, but after the 60th, unless there's radical changes made, this show is not going to continue past its 60th.
I will say one thing, Noel, is there's a girl in my class, and she's a conservative girl, and at university it's something we have to keep quiet about. But I was talking with her about Doctor Who, and she was just saying, oh, wow, like, I loved it back with Tennant and everything, but I really don't like the way it turned out in recent years. And, she said she hadn't watched it in a long time, but we were having such a great time talking about all those older episodes. And, it seemed to make everyone happy talking about it.
Yes, I'm at the receiving two photographs. of the Santarans, right? One of the Santarans in costume, and one with them taking a break, obviously some sort of coffee break. And guess what? Guess who's inside the suits? Guys, right? I can't believe this. Right, they're all women inside the Santarans. All women. Watch, I'm going to show you this. This is hilarious. They're all women. They've no blokes in these suits whatsoever. It's women. Now, I'm not saying, listen, people will say, well, what are you saying that for? Is this the Santarans? But seriously, women. Agenda. Right? Listen, we don't see their faces, but woman, are they going to have a woman's voice? Right, so I've sent them in the Tardis zone at Facebook, but I have to show you this before we head off. And Jack is here, so we'll get Jack's reaction actually before we finish up with him. And Jack, listen, thanks for coming on. We weren't sure whether it was you because of obviously the other fella acting up, but I have to be honest, since you've come on and the times that you have been on, you've been absolutely wonderful. And I know you were a bit nervous last night because you left a comment. I just want to say to you personally, now that you're here, you did that. You've been doing absolutely fantastic, and thank you for being respectful as well when you've come on. Because
no problem.
Because it's when you run a YouTube channel like me, unfortunately, you do make a lot of enemies, and you can get a bit paranoid sometimes. So I do have to be careful. But look, you've been great. And you don't
I mean,
have
just listen out for my terrible microphone noise. You'll know it's me.
Oh, well, people have already mentioned that already, so that's how I knew it was you. So there's the Sontarans. So apparently I was lying. Me sources get a 0 success hit rate according to Mr. Tardis. There, he changed his name. It's Mr. Tardis now. So there they are, Sontarans, like I said, right? But here's the next photo. This is going to really make us laugh. So there's the Sontarans again, and look at a woman, a woman, a woman, a woman. Now, I'm not saying that women can't be Sontarans, right? But I'm just saying, I did say that these Sontarans were non-binary and stuff, making a laugh, but they're using women. So there you go.
But the thing is, why not have something where, you know, for the smaller Sontarans, because we know they're in different sizes. I'm not just talking generally. So you get the smaller ones, women, and then you have the bigger, more bulkier ones, men.
Yeah.
You don't even have to mention the gender.
Actually, by the way, as well, am I noticing things? Am I seeing things? But are these like these? Because you mentioned the height. These seem to be normal height Sontarans. I thought Sontarans. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I always thought Sontarans were very small. They were about 4 foot, 5 foot. They weren't really that tall.
In New Who, yeah, but in Classic Who, you have Stike, Group Marshal Stike, and he's like 7 foot or 8
he
foot.
was 7. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Actually, yeah. What do you think of that redesign?
It looks a bit like something out of.
I don't actually think it's bad. A lot of people have said, because we haven't seen proper photos, that they actually look bad. I actually think they look pretty cool.
It kind of reminds me of the Time Warrior. They've gone for a very kind of more armored look, more traditional.
But did they not look, again, my imagination may be playing tricks with me, but did they not look quite female? I know we've seen the photographs that we know there's women actually in the suits, but did they not actually look a bit female to you guys there? Like, you know, with the way they're dressed and stuff now? Or is that just my imagination? But there you go. Apparently I get a 0% hit rate, but they're Sontarans. And I'm going to brag a little bit there because, you know, I've taken a lot of stick. There you go. I'll just keep popping them up on the screen there. Sontarans, women, they're in the Sontarans. Bit weird there, if you ask me. They're probably female Sontarans. I wouldn't put it past them.
I wonder if there were women in the Jadoon suits.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Because it's just that little thing, isn't it? It's like
a problem whether it's women in the Sontaran suits if they're, but the Sontarans are male. You know, like, I mean, we've seen them. They're definitely male. So
well, they don't have a gender, do they?
They have male actors or male people in the suits. I don't know. Maybe I'm just picking a little threads there. Maybe I'm kind of, you know. I know
there was an idea. Sorry, Mel, but there was an idea I had where if Chibnall wanted to explore female Sontarans, we know Sontarans are a clone race. So why not go and explore the species which they were cloned from?
Ah.
You know, it's kind of like how all clone troopers came from Jango Fett.
Yeah.
In Star Wars. So why not? We assume that they became clones to fight the wars, but what about the actual planet where they come from? There's bound to be male and females because you can't start off as a clone race.
Yeah, true.
But then that's a bit beyond Chibnall's thinking, isn't it?
I know, and that's the sad thing about it, because we had someone in there with a bit of brains. This show would still be doing well. It's just so sad to see the demise in 7 years. But listen, Jack, we have ran out of time, and I'm glad you've stuck around for those photographs, by the way.
No problem.
But yeah, interesting redesign. I have to be honest with you. I'm not as critical as some people are out there with the redesign. I have seen people give out about it. I actually think the suits look very well. Actually, I think the reason why the helmets are like that as well. Listen, Chris Chibnall's no idiot. He knows COVID is a big problem as well. Maybe this is why he brought back the Sontarans, because they wear helmets. Don't be surprised, actually, if we see a lot of villains return that, you know, have their faces covered up or can cover their faces up, because he'll be thinking of the pandemic in everything that he does. But it's good to see, thankfully, as we said, it's good to see that Doctor Who Series 13 is in full swing. We just have to wait a whole year for it, of course. But, like, you know, it's at least we know that he's filming it. God knows when we'll get a trailer for that series when it comes out. He might do what he did with the last series, just drop the trailer a few days before the series actually airs. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I just
It'll be another pop song.
Oh God, don't start, man, don't start. We haven't even.
No,
got
I know which song it'll be. It'll be. You get like an image of Jodie Whittaker, and it'll just be "They See Me Rolling."
Oh Jesus! I know. Don't even go there, mate. Right, Jack. Do me a favor. Do your shout outs there before you head off. And listen, I want to say thanks again for coming on.
No problem. I'd just like to shout out Heels versus Babyface. I love his channel. He has me in stitches when he does his rants. I'd also like to shout out Nerderotic, one of the nicest guys I've ever seen on YouTube. And I'd like to shout out your channel as well. And Bolstrek. And also Lee.
Now, I don't know if this is happening tomorrow, but Rabbi did say something to me last night. So apparently, and I don't know anything about this, but I'm just saying what Rabbi told me. So apparently we're supposed to be on Gary's channel tomorrow. I don't know if it's happening. So Gary from Neurotic, apparently we're supposed to be on his channel tomorrow. He's doing a Doctor Who Nooner, and he's going to have myself on, Rabbi, and a couple of other Doctor Who streamers. Now, that's what I've been told. I haven't seen that on it, but apparently that's the plan. So you might see me on Gary's channel tomorrow. I'll have to see if I can get a bit more information on that later on, and I'll definitely let you know. But apparently that's what's happening tomorrow. So we'll have the classic watch along, and then if that is happening, we'll be on Gary's channel tomorrow night. So yeah, check us out.
Definitely will.
So, and he's asking Bolstrek too now. All right, so it is happening. See, again, what I must have missed all of this because I'm in chats with them all, but I haven't seen it in the chat. So I don't know when all of this happened. It must have happened when he was live streaming, because I'll have to go back and listen to it then, because I don't see anything on Twitter. But if it is happening on there tomorrow anyway as well, so check us out and come and check us out, because it will be a good old stream. And the fact that it was Verity's birthday as well, I'm pretty sure Gary will mention that as well, and we'll talk about the show. So that's the Santarans. As we're speaking, I'm actually being sent stuff, so I'm just seeing if there's anything relevant that I can show here before we head off. Yeah, I want to show you this. Actually, this has popped up a few times. So I made a prediction that when we seen obviously the new image of Captain Jack and stuff, we saw a kind of a thing that resembled a title sequence to me, a new title sequence. And again, this image now has been thrown up by the BBC. So hold on, I'm about to share, which is any second now. Got sent to me by one of my lovely subscribers, so thank you very much. Right, so have a look at this, guys. Very interesting. I think they're going to change the title sequence. Now, this is not me saying, this is just me speculating. But there you go. They've got these mad arrows again. Now, if you go onto their official Doctor Who page, these move. These arrows move. And then it comes up Doctor Who Revolution of the Daleks. And then it actually says Jack is back. Right? And there's the... So they've given the date. I've just had to realizing that now. They've actually given the date. So Doctor Who airs New Year's Eve. Wow. New Year's Eve? God, the 29th of the 11th. Is 29th New Year's Eve? It's not even New Year's Eve. What's the 29th? 29th is not a nothing day. So what's the, hold on. So the 29th is, I'm going to see what day that actually falls on. The 29th, it's not even on Christmas Day or New Year's Day. No. There's an official poster there. It's not. It's on the 29th. The official poster is there. So I have it there on the screen. What date is the 20? Where's my calendar? There we go. So it's the 27th now. So next month, it's a whole month away. So, nah, that can't be. They're not showing Doctor Who. They're not showing Doctor Who on a Tuesday night. There's no way. That has to be wrong. That has to be wrong. But hold on, it says the 29th to the 11th.
Could it be the release date of the trailer?
Hold on, that's this month. That's Sunday. That's 2 days from now. No. What? That can't be. I have to check this out before we go. There's no way that Doctor Who's on that festive special is 2 days from now. No way.
It could be something they're going to reveal.
Hold on.
Kind of like a countdown to a reveal.
That's the trailer. Oh, right. Okay. Right. So on the 29th, which is 2 days from now, they're going to drop Revolution of the Daleks trailer, apparently. Wow, they made a big deal out of a trailer that we've been asking and screaming for since what? The Comic-Cons? Right, so yeah, 29th. So that's 2 days from now. So that's Sunday. Sunday they're dropping the trailer. Well, we'll be on Sunday. So we will definitely do a video on that. But yeah. I don't know why they're making such a big deal out of it for. Just bleeding drop the thing now. Well, what do you think of that, Jack, before you leave? Doctor Who trailer 29th.
I mean, I'll watch it, but to be honest, it'll just make me wish I was 5 when I saw the trailer for Dalek.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what's in this trailer, why they've waited so long to drop it. But Sunday, well, it's at least we know. And I'm going to bring Lee on for the last few minutes because he wanted to come on because he's a big baby. He has to have the final say. Right, well, I'll let you have the final say while I refresh my screen. So you go ahead and add whatever you want.
You know, how long have we waited for this darn trailer? It's like a month too late. I just think that they should have been building this up. Look, dropping the Jack thing the other day on the Doctor Who day, and then this trailer rolls along. I mean, it should have come out the same day that they released the Jack information, Captain Jack information. Yeah. That Captain Jack information was old news anyway.
Yeah.
And that should have been, I don't know, drip fed out yonks ago. I mean, the trailer really should, I think, if they weren't, I mean, they could have done the Jack reveal for the Children in Need thing. Then the trailer should have come out, I think, around the anniversary. It just seems such a slack move, frankly, and it looks dreadful. I mean, what's with the Go Faster stripes? I mean, it's more like a advert for F1.
It kind of looks like the Pertwee era opening sequence with them red lines.
Yeah, but yes, it's so far removed from the Pertwee era. It's not even funny. But yeah, maybe the red is to, you know, kind of replicate the color of her jumpsuit, her Gitmo dress. I just think it's so underwhelming. I am completely underwhelmed.
I mean, look, I'm looking there to see if there's any reaction, you know, as you would normally get. Well, we've got The Mandalorian is obviously trending a lot. Ahsoka Tano, she's trending, but no Doctor Who trends there whatsoever. That's just sad. I mean,
I didn't even know.
You know, Emma sent this to me. Sorry, Jack. Emma sent this to me, and I looked at it, and it didn't even cross my mind. I just looked at the thing, saw the colors, saw what it was related to, and didn't even acknowledge the date on there. It's just like a complete.
I just did it myself, man.
Yeah.
I didn't realize, and then I looked at the date, and I was like, "What?" I just if you're overlooking a date like that, it just goes to show you where everybody's mind is. And by the way, it's not trending. It's not trending, and I don't see anybody talking about it, the usual suspects. That's weird, unless it's only dropped or it dropped earlier when I was in bed and everybody's already spoken about it. But if it did trend, it's not. It hasn't. It's gone. It's disappeared. So yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. 2 days though. We get.
Well, not even the account that shall not be named is even talking about it. So it says all really.
Yeah, because it's not news. It's not news. Nobody gives a crap anymore.
Sorry, Jack. I interrupted you as well.
No, sorry. I was just going to say that. And this is bad. It's actually quite baffling, really. I didn't even know it was Doctor Who Day until a friend at university just said, "Oh, Jack, it's Doctor Who Day," and I'm like, "Is it?" Oh,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
I know. Even the Doctor Who Day this year felt completely different to other days. Now I do know that on Doctor
it was so
Who
divisive.
Day, a lot of events set up and people would be out there, but because we're in a bit of a situation right now, they can't do all the things that they wanted to do. But even at that, I mean, BBC themselves, like Doctor Who Day, they didn't really make a big deal out of it this year.
It's hard to celebrate failure, and the choice of watch along for the celebration out of all the things that they could have chosen. I understand why they did it, because obviously this follows on directly from that episode that we shall not be named, and but it was so divisive. I mean, so many of the comments, I mean, the ratio was so negative. People saying read the room, for crying out loud, you know, that kind of stuff, and no, not watching it, I'd rather poke my own eyes out, that kind of stuff. I mean, it was just a litany of people rallying against it, and yet they still go with it. I just think it's just, at this point, it's shagging the corpse, really. It is. It's defiling the corpse and not being aware what they're doing at this stage, and it's a sad state of affairs.
Well, listen, Friday Night Heights is back, and they've got special guests. Gundam is here. And the lads, they got Odin's movie blog, Comics Division, and Thomas Connors, who will be coming back on this channel again sometime for Mandalorian. We've already arranged that he was supposed to be on this Wednesday, but something came up, so he said he will try get in, and we've added each other on Facebook as well, which is absolutely fantastic. And Heel versus Babyface. So they're all on with Geeks and Gamers, obviously, .com or Geeks and Gamers.com. There's no dot there. Maybe they forgot to put the dot.
I'll have to zoot over there soon. So because
so I'm going to finish up. So tomorrow night we have coming on the channel. We have this. And of course, the guy that created all these videos for me is a bit of an asshole, but
fuck off.
I'm only messing. But Lee is the creator of all of this fantastic work. So if you're looking for anybody to rebrand your channel or do little channel trailers like this, intros for your streams, he's the guy, and he does them at reasonable prices. But on Sunday, this Sunday, it will be moving to Thursday next week, but this Sunday, the last weekend of New Who. Wise words from L. Peter Capaldi there. A lot of fans in this fandom should take his advice. I have to be honest with you, you know. But
be kind, Noel.
Yeah, you be
to me.
No, I won't be kind to you. You're an Englishman.
Bloody Irish.
Right. I don't care if you've got a bit of Irish in you. Jesus Christ, who cares? You're as bad as those Americans. Oh, look, me great grandfather was Irish, so I'm Irish.
Great grandmother. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I know you're different, but I'm just saying I hate Americans that do that. Yeah, I'm Irish. Me great. And I'm like, no, you're not.
Yeah, but they all came over on boats like in 16.
You're born in America. You're an American. Your ancestors may have been Irish. That doesn't make you Irish. You were born and bred in America. You've got American blood in you. You might have a little bit of Irish blood in you, but that doesn't make you Irish. So stop pretending to be a wannabe Irish. Right? Because we Irish people went through a lot, right? 800 years of crap from the other side. Yeah, won't mention that league. But 800 years, yeah? Right? So we know what it's like, yeah? But we get on with it. We don't fucking moan all the time anyway.
I mean, I'm half and half, so I don't need
nobody takes a knee from me. Where's everybody taking a knee from me? Come on. Where are you all raising your fist and taking a knee for the Irish, right? Because they were...
raising your knee and taking a fist.
Yeah. Oh, my God. Right, and with that, I'm gonna have to leave it at that.
Can I just say as well?
No, you can't. You've already said it.
Great guest tonight. Really a big shout out to Third Doctor and to Josh there for being patient with me. But Third Doctor really going to make some new videos. Great stuff, and I want all your things. And Jack, great stuff as well. You've been really, really good. All the other guests have been fantastic. But Jack, as a noob to the channel, I think you've raised some really great points, and you're very what's the word? Yeah, that's the word. I can't think. Yeah, speechless.
Even if you wear a trowel, you're the best of them because you're not.
I don't think he is. Well, I think we've had our fair share.
I know, but I'm just saying, even if he was, it's at least he's being nice.
He's more than proved it.
And he's getting his points across. Listen, I have no problem with having people that hate me on this channel. You've already seen I've brought people on, right? All I ask is if you come on, keep your personal issues with me to one side and just talk about the topics of conversation that we're talking about, and then everything be fine.
That's
no problem bringing anybody on. That's what I pride myself on this channel. I don't mind bringing people on that don't like me once they want to talk about the topics that we're highlighting, or topics that I say that they can bring up. But personal attacks and trolling, it just, you know, I mean,
we've dealt with it, we've handled it. I think Jack here is definitely not amongst one of those types, and I'm glad to have a fresh voice that, you know, speaks so eloquently. And I think that I can say the same for all of the guests tonight. They've all been brilliant.
Yeah. And by the way, I will be doing a video on those on Tardis, by the way, because even Eddie, when I showed him the photograph just there, I actually tagged him on Twitter. He said he's just at the. He wrote something about she looks a bit tall to be a stormtrooper. But females on Tarans, it looks like, well, it could be just them in the suit, but
it might just be a height thing.
Likely females on Tarans.
It might just be a height thing, so bear that in mind.
Yeah, but again, you know, well done, sources. Well done. Congratulations. You deserve all the credit. I just report on what you've put out there, and so far you're doing a great job. We won't get everything right, but so far we're on a bit of a roll. So thank you everybody that has supported the channel, and especially during these hard times. You know, I've gotten a lot of stick lately because of the news that I put out. But it is, you know what, I will say this though, the funny thing about this whole situation is, you know, all the people that were calling me out and calling me a liar and fake news and stuff, the ones that had tried to have articles and all taken down, yeah, they're all gone very quiet all of a sudden. I wonder why. Yeah, we know why yous are gone quiet, because now yous realise that I actually might be telling the truth. And do you know what? I told you, ignore me at your own peril. Ignore me at your own peril. I know my sources. I know how reliable they are. Even when we put news out, me and my sources can kind of figure out and kind of guess which parts of the news that we put out are actually going to come true and which parts we think might actually not come true. We like to speculate as well when we get the source information. So look, I mean, right now it's good. The source is on a bit of a roll. We got the Sontarans now. Let's see what else they've gotten right. Let's see if K9 makes an appearance. Let's see if Bessie makes the appearance. Let's see if the Tardis. And by the way, I know we've already seen the Tardis. Some people say, well, you're wrong, it's still a police telephone box. Well, you don't know what part of the stories they're actually filming. They're in block 1. So God knows what episodes they're actually doing. So just because the TARDIS might appear in an episode here doesn't mean that it mightn't change. Again, as I said, all of the stuff that I put out there is rumor and speculation, and part of it is that the TARDIS is going to change. I didn't say it's going to change permanently either, by the way. The news never said that either. So if you're intelligent enough and use your head, which I used to think a lot of the fandom was intelligent, but when you read what you see on Twitter and Facebook, you think what's happened to fandom. But the thing about it is, if you use your head logically, there could be an episode where the TARDIS does actually change from the police box. You know what I mean? Logically.
And look, it's immaterial. The whole thing is, this is a fandom. It's one of the oldest science fiction TV show fandoms there is. And for decades, people have, even since the 60s, have been, sending letters or, talking to one another about theories and what may happen and rumors, I mean, as I said, during the hiatus, the 16-year hiatus, was a huge hive of activity in the fandom. Even though the show had disappeared for years, the fandom was still very, very active, especially with any rumors, anything at all, because in that silence, and like the Chibnall era is just full of silence, or just was a hiatus, but that silence breeds rumor and speculation and gossip and all the rest of it, and that's a healthy fandom. The only reason they don't look, they were quite quick to jump on they'd started filming in October and accepted that as gospel, and they were proven wrong. Doesn't matter. The point is, they weren't saying, shut up, you can't say they were filming in October, you can't say they've started filming, that's bullshit, you're lying. Didn't get any of that. It's because it's Noel that they decide that rumors and speculation is evil and lies and bad and all the rest of it. It's bullshit. The only problem that they have is where it came from. If it came from anyone else, if it came from Mr. You-know-who, that would have been blowing smoke up his arse all
They
week.
would have accepted it. And that's the point, you're right. They would have accepted it. It's because it's me, because they have hatred for me, they won't accept this. Well, listen, as I said, at your own peril. And for all of those people out there that were saying, and listen, I have a right to brag, right? All those people out there that said I had a 0% hit rate on me news, and I even proved to them that I had more than a 0, I did have a hit rate, but, these people were so jealous. But listen, I said it at the time, and I'll say it again. Ignore me at your own peril. Don't believe anything that I put out there. But so far, I've proven in the few years that I've been doing this, that my sources have gotten multiple pieces of information. Remember, the Series 11, I was the first one to come out and say the Jadoon were going to make an appearance. Don't hear them talking about that, though, do we? I was the first one to say that the Cybermen were going to return. I also said that the Daleks were going to return. Right? This was all news that I got. right? I said all of this and all of these stuff, and the biggest piece, the biggest hit that I got was obviously on Spyfall, where I was given the whole ending, the serious one, the whole ending to part 1. I actually even put it up. And by the way, the funny thing about this is, right, and I'm just going to say this. So YouTube might have took down the video, right? Because YouTube took it down because BBC said I gave away trade secrets. Well, the BBC are a bit of idiots because the video is still up on Facebook. So the original video where I give the plot away for the end of the Spyfall Part 1 is up on Facebook somewhere. I just have to fucking find the thing. But it's there. It's there. It shows, I say, the doctor is on an aeroplane. I says, the Sacha Dhawan is going to reveal himself as the master, and the master's TARDIS is going to be flying right beside the aeroplane, and the aeroplane is going to crash. And guess what happened? The aeroplane crashed. The TARDIS flew up beside the yoke, and Sacha Dhawan announced himself as the master, and apparently I get a 0% hit rate. YouTube actually nearly killed me channel because of that, and BBC, because I got a copyright strike. That's different to a claim. I couldn't stream on my channel. If people remember, I actually start streaming on my second channel because I'd gotten a ban because of that information. So these other lot out there, you know, Mr. You Know Who, and all of these other YouTubers, the problem with them is they're all jealous. They're jealous because in the small, short space of time that I've been on YouTube, and this is not me being big-headed, this is fact. And I'm going to start acting like this from now. It is fact. I've made more of an impact than any of them have, and that's why they don't like me. Because they've no personalities. I do. I have a bit of a personality. Yeah, I can be a bit of a dickhead sometimes. Who can't be? But overall, I think people, when they come to this channel, know that they're going to get honesty. They know that whatever I'm passionate. Yeah, and I don't bullshit. Never have, never will. I'll never lie to you either, by the way. And any news that I get, I'll throw it out there. And listen, I've even come out and said some of the news that I've put out myself. I've even said myself, I find this hard to believe. You know, because some of it is out there. But again, this is what I get. And by the way, the news that, and this is what makes me actually think that there's something more in me news. See, Mr. You Know Who, I went to Diva Magazine and got all these little mates to go to Diva Magazine to take the video down. Now, in that video is where I mentioned about the Sontarans, right? But it also mentions other information in that video. Now, very interesting thing I was told about him. Apparently, he works for the BBC, but he did say something a few weeks back, which only popped back into my head a couple of days ago. He turned around and said that people like Noel will have, you know, even if Jodie Whittaker leaves after Series 13, Noel and others will claim that they were right all along, blah, blah, blah. Right? Now, that in itself, by looking at that, that doesn't really mean that, does it? But the fact that he works for the BBC, it does mean something. This guy, this is why I believe that this guy is trying to take my video down. It's not because he's shocked with what's in it or doesn't believe what's in it. I think he does believe some of the stuff that's put in that because he's tried so hard to have the video removed. Why would he? All he'd have to do is to discredit me is, right? Because if he works for the BBC, as he does, why doesn't he just go to them and say, listen, there's some YouTuber out there called No Zone or Tardis Zone, and he's making all these sort of bloody claims, right?
No. Jack's got to go, apparently.
Right, Jack, no problem. You can go ahead.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
You're welcome. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thanks. Bye.
Listen, no problem. You're more than welcome on any time. And thanks for being such a lovely guest. And yeah, thanks a lot. But listen, I do honestly believe that this guy had me video removed because I think he believes deep down there's something in my nose. And if I got Sontarans right in the same video, what else have I gotten right? And I think this is what this guy fears. And the fact that he did actually say, well, eventually Noel and all of this, and then they'll claim victory. Cosgrove claimed victory because she was going after Series 11, and she always was, but she was convinced to stay. So if she leaves after Series 13, well, then again, this rumor hasn't gone away. And the fact that after Series 11, the rumor started up that she was leaving should worry you. The fact that after one season, people were talking, because BBC themselves admit that there were problems behind the scenes during Series 11. By the way, Mr. Tardis is on BBC Radio. So if you want to go and check that out, because you say we don't give any sources, but you can actually find that. Actually, even better, there's a video on me channel. I know you don't watch my channel, but there is a video there if you care to do the research. But the two DJs that were there and worked for the BBC, by the way, said that there was problems during the production of Series 12 and Series 11, and they carried on into Series 12. And then Chris Chibnall went missing. Chaos in Cardiff did happen, Mr. Tardis. You might deny that, but it did actually happen. And then we had some desperate YouTubers out there. I won't mention the YouTubers' name, but this guy basically does his videos in a shed. He even went to the extreme lengths of faking a letter from a fan claiming that none of this was true. The fact is, the matter is that, I know the people that work inside Cardiff, because obviously with the sources that I have, not giving too much away, but I've gotten to know a few people. So I know the names of people that work there. So when I seen this letter and the name mentioned, it was very easy to actually debunk it anyway. A lot of other YouTubers at the time debunked it, but they were afraid to come out and actually say something. But of course, I'm not like those YouTubers, right? If I see bullshit, I'm going to call it out. And I did at the time, and I'm calling out again. Imagine having to go through those lengths to try prove something. The same YouTuber actually got Andrew Cartmel on his channel to try and justify the timeless children nonsense and that, and look how that turned out. So I've no time for these people, because these people claim they have sources and news and all of this, and it's all lies. They all live over the other side of the war. How have they got sources? Seriously. So I don't listen to anybody from that side anymore. I listen to Gary, because Gary genuinely has sources. I mean, he proved it, didn't he? I mean, Jesus Christ, the time that he was spot on with that. I mean, I even remember at the time, even Lee even remembers at the time, I was very adamant that Gary had not got it wrong, but I was like, no, Gary, Chibnall's not going to do this. I says, no, there's no way, right? And I even thought I debunked it, because there was a comic book out at the time. There was a couple of rooms with David, and I put them all together thinking, yeah, I've sussed it, I've debunked it. It's nothing to do with the main show. We can all relax.
We all thought it was too far-fetched.
Exactly.
And boy, oh boy, were we wrong. And now everyone's saying this is too far-fetched. And it's like,
I know. That's the thing.
Once bitten, twice shy.
And I will give Gary something. And Gary knows that when I first heard about his news, I didn't believe a word of it. He knows this. This is why me and Gary get on so well. It's because we might have different opinions at the time, but in fairness, we at the end of it all, I mean, it was there for everybody to see. But I mean, even when I put out my news, who was the first one to come out in support of it and actually say, well, this isn't that far-fetched, because look at what he did? Gary. Gary was the first one to come out and actually say, no, listen, because there were some people questioning me whether I was making this stuff up or not. And Gary was like, look at this news, it might seem far-fetched, but look what I got. Look what I received. And it turned out to be true. So, again, female Santarans, how many more times do I have to be right? Well, not me sources. And by the way, I never really take the credit. And even the source says to me, he says, now you take the credit for this. You deserve it with all the shit that you've been getting, because I've been keeping an eye. And I was like, no, the credit will always go to you, the sources, because I wouldn't have the channel that I have, or the channel wouldn't have grown the way it has if I hadn't gotten that news. I don't know where this channel would be, actually, if I didn't get Doctor Who news. I'd say we'd still be going, trotting away all right, but maybe with not the amount of support that I have. But I do know that this information has helped the channel. I'm not going to go behind it. But what makes this even better for me, as a person that puts that news out there, is when you do get a hit, because it does shut the haters up. And let's be honest, over the last 3 weeks, especially with this Doctor Who news, I have gotten a lot of stick. Lee has gotten a lot of stick for defending me. Eddie has gotten a lot of stick for defending me. A lot of you have taken a lot of crap in defending me, and this is why I want to say to you,
because I'm here to defend you. I'm here to defend you, not because I believe you to be right or that you may be wrong. I'm here to defend you because it's the right thing to do. Yeah. And even if you are wrong, I don't care. I don't care if they say stuff which is right or wrong. It's their reaction to you. When they start coming out with their spurious stuff, like the filming, we'll rub it in their face because that's what they're quite happy to do to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't normally bother because it'd be like, well, they were wrong, so that's life.
But I just want you all to know, though, right? And you already all know this, right? But anybody that's watching me now that isn't a fan of this channel, I just want to let you just hear me out this one time. I do not put the Doctor Who news out there to wind you up. I don't do it for any glory. I don't do it for any attention. Do you guys really think, now seriously, logically thinking this, do you guys honestly believe that I wake up every day wanting to be attacked, wanting to be called evil, told to kill myself, I hope you get the virus, I hope this happens, your wife deserves this, Daniel deserves this, Lee deserves this? Do you think I do that? I would do all of that, knowing that all of this is happening, right? And I would lie. Not a chance. Not a chance, because too many people are getting hurt, right? I've always tried to be honest on this channel, and I think I think I've been a little bit too open as well. I try to be that as well, and I do think I do be too honest sometimes, and it can get me into trouble. But that's the thing. I'll always be honest with you. I will never lie about anything that I've received. Yes, some of it is far-fetched, and even me, when I'm putting it out, I know it's far-fetched. But this is Chris Chibnall. We didn't think he could do half of the things that were rumored that he was going to do, and he did them anyway. So anything is possible. I just want to make it clear that I don't do any of this for glory, subs, hits, likes, whatever. I do it because I've been given the news and I've been asked to put it out there, and I'll put it out there. Now, again, I will always say it's rumor and speculation, because it's unfair to say that any of this is fact, because as Lee said, if it was to all come back and it turned out to be all lies, then I am actually shooting myself in the foot. But for fans, really, when you say it's rumor and speculation, everybody knows that I'm not saying it's fact. And Lee is right. At this stage, nobody gives a shit whether I'm right or wrong anyway, right? Because they know it's all rumor and speculation. If I'm right, then people have come and said, well, congratulations. Now, if I'm wrong, they'll say, it doesn't look like you got a hit on that one or whatever. Nice responses, But you get the other side. As soon as they see something that doesn't fit, they're straight away, I know it's a liar. But I'm not telling lies. I've never said. Telling lies is someone deliberately putting information out there, knowing that it's false. Right? Now, I don't know whether my news from my source is true or false. That's the difference. That's why I put it out, and that's why I say it's rumor and speculation. Now, I better go, because I have Cheryl in the chat there now, kind of give me a gentle reminder that I said I was going to be leaving 20 minutes ago. So, and great, and Lee is silent as well. So I'm gonna go, and I'm gonna leave you all. And I'm going to say goodnight, and I will be doing the female Santaran video. Do you know, I might get Lee on for that one, and Rabbi, because, as we said, the panels are different. But when we do little videos like that, I'll have Lee and Rabbi on for them, because hilarious. It'll be hilarious to see what Rabbi actually has to. I can't wait until he finds out. I'm going to send him the photographs, but I can't wait.
You know that's going to be his next thumbnail.
His next video and the thumbnail. I can imagine the thumbnail. Just don't, Rabbi, if you're listening to this stream, don't do me a favor. Just be nice with the thumbnail, mate. You're getting too much. You're getting too much heat for your thumbnails. You don't need it, man. You don't need it. But I can imagine that thumbnail. It's gonna be gas. And you know what? They're all gonna lose their fucking flippy over it. And it'll be nothing. It'll probably be a Santarvin with lipstick or something.
Well, let's be honest. It doesn't take a lot to tip them over, does it?
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. Jesus Christ, the thing that tipped them over was we don't like a female doctor.
God, can you imagine these people in a war? I mean, really?
They wouldn't fight a war, though. That's the thing. Half of these people that are activists out there that rant and rave and block people and stuff, I guarantee if they shit hit the fan, they'll be looking to all of us to do the fighting for them. Well, you can go and kiss me arse, you can get up off his own arse and do his own fighting, because I'm not fighting for people that think I'm a horrible human being. Feck off. Right?
Well
That's
said.
like Muhammad Ali, right? When he was asked to fight in the Vietnam War, and he said it out straight, why should I fight for a country that won't even fight for my rights and my beliefs? So why should I fight? So exactly the same thing. Why should I fight for these people, right? Why should I support what these people want when all they've ever done is tell me how much of a horrible, bad human being I am because I happen to have a penis? You can go and kiss me arse. And Verity Lambert is a legend. And I just want to say thank you, love. Thank you for the memories. And thank you for bringing Doctor Who into me life. And thank you for saving me life. Because without this show and without Russell T bringing it back in 2005, none of this would have happened only for you. You kept me going. You helped me through these bad times, and I owe you everything. So thank you, Verity Lambert. Happy 85th birthday. And I'm sorry you're not around to see what's happened, but we will keep fighting for you. We'll keep fighting for you. William Hartnell's legacy. And we're not going anywhere, and I'm sorry for getting emotional. I wanted to go through this whole stream without her, but this woman does mean a lot to me. And it annoys me that people think I hate women, because Verity is probably, the greatest woman that ever lived in this fandom. Absolute legend. Greatest female TV producer ever, in my opinion. And she deserves it all. So thank you, and I really mean it. I just wish, I hope for Verity Lambert's sake that by the time we get to the 60th, there is a rethink, and there is a genuine effort to bring this show back to its glory days. It's not hard to do. It actually isn't. It's very easy if the will is there, and I don't think the will is there right now, because BBC have got themselves so deep in with these other people that they can't see a way out right now. But we keep doing what we're doing. And by the way, I know we haven't mentioned on the channel in a while, keep sending those emails, by the way. We don't want you to stop sending those emails. Next month, we're going to have Revolution of the Whovian stream. We're going to have a big stream. We're going to be talking about Verity again, Sydney Newman, and we're all the way up, all the different showrunners, all the writers, everybody. We're going to highlight everything, and we're going to talk about the state of the show, the fandom, and all of that. So check that out, because that's a big stream coming next month. But I'm going to stop now before I get too emotional now, because it's just that they're hitting me. Well, it's hit me already, but I mean, it's still, I'm thinking about it now, and it's hit me even to see in 7 years from the 50th to now, the sharp and sad decline of a show that this woman fought so hard to keep on air screens, and to have a stupid fucking idiot of a man to come in and to ruin her legacy is an absolute disgrace. The only time I'm actually pissed off at a male, and it's Chris Chibnall for what he's done. He doesn't even write the female doctor like a woman. He's an absolute joke of a showrunner. He's an absolute disgrace. And not only that, he's done more damage to women's rights in this fandom and in this show. He's tainted this role for a woman ever to take it again. And I'm sorry if people don't agree with me on that one, but he has. He's tainted everything that made this show what it was.
I totally agree. Totally agree.
And Verity deserved better, and she does deserve better. But don't worry, there'll be fans like me, Lee, and everybody else here in the chat, and we'll keep her legacy going. We'll keep fighting for this show, and hopefully one day BBC will actually listen to people that truly care about the show. I mean, I don't know, like, you know, I've been upset the last. Do you know what set me over the edge? When I watched the other night by myself before we did the watch along, when I watch an adventure in space and time, I don't know why I do it to myself, because every time I watch it, I always get over the next couple of weeks, I always get highly emotional. And that's what's wrong with me now. I'm just thinking about everything we've lost, because we have lost an awful lot. Doctor Who's also lost its heart and soul under Chris Chibnall.
Yeah.
It'll come back. I do believe that there's a chance.
Oh, yes, it will come back. It will come back.
Until then, no regrets, no blah, blah, blah. I put that speech on now, it'll definitely send me over the edge. Right, Lee, thanks for coming on, pal. And I'm gonna watch a bit of stuff with her. But if you're
with her,
what?
You're gonna watch that thing with her.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna watch that. Yeah, I'm gonna watch that program.
They prove you do hate women.
And then I'll see you after that. We'll see what Cheryl's doing, if she's staying up and she wants to watch something else. If not, I'll get back in contact with you and we'll do a bit of Blake 7 if everybody is up for it tonight.
Yeah, totally.
If not tonight, we'll definitely do it tomorrow night. But let me know either way. My phone is on anyway, and I know you're alive, so that's a good thing.
Well,
yeah.
Don't ever do that
again, by the way.
What?
Don't ever do that to my wife again, by the way. By the way, yeah, I know we're on stream. I just want to ask you, you live on your own, don't you?
Aye.
Right. Well, I mean, if that was to happen here, we're not going to know. So is there anybody that you can trust us with that we can get in contact if we never hear from you? Because, you know,
well,
you're on your own, like,
you know where to find me on the messenger, so you can always ask anyone there, I suppose. But I mean, look, you know, I'm not going to just disappear without saying anything. I'm just not the talk.
Well, that's what I said to Rabbi, because when Rabbi, he said, he's all right, but I says, nah, that's not like Lee. He tell us if there's something, you know.
I was just so tired. I just had one of those nights and days where I was just like, I'm not going to do. Well, it wasn't even a conscious decision. It was just me. I was just worn out. Just
right. Listen, we better go because look at the wife is giving out there. She says,
stop
engaging with the rambling Irishman. Right. When you go and watch The Mandalorian, Matt, I still didn't receive me copy of Rabbi yet. Did you, Lee? No?
No, not yet.
Not yet. So he's a bit late on that one. So we'll probably get that tomorrow because I want to watch that as soon as ASAP. Right. Gonna go. Here's the channel trailer. Thanks, Lee, for coming on. Thank you to all my guests. It's been an absolutely wonderful stream. And here's to another 50 years, hopefully. I doubt it very much, but let's hope. But we do know that Verity Lambert's legacy will always live on. It doesn't matter what happens to the show; it will live on. All the memories of everybody.
And a very, very happy birthday to Verity, wherever you are, my love. And thank you so much for what you've done.
Exactly. And good night. See you all. Moderators, thank you in the chat. Thank you for the super chats as well. Everybody that joined me on the stream tonight, and everybody in the chat, most importantly, everybody's support means a lot. Do us a favor, like, share, subscribe, and hit that notification bell as well, so you're notified for videos. And don't forget to check out, at some stage I will have a video on those female Sontarans. Now, they mightn't be female Santarans, but people are already speculating because they're women in the Santaran suits, because it's, again, it might sound sexist to say this, but apparently when they get people in suits like this, it's mostly men that do the suits, like the Jadoon and stuff like that. So apparently this is a bit unusual.
Is this the diversity and inclusion policy, no doubt? And quite honestly, it's more than likely to be a case of height.
It probably is. It probably is. But in fairness, it's still a good, fun video to do anyway. So I'm going to do it and speculate that we have female Santarans anyway. Booby Santarans. That'll be fun. Good night. See you later. Adios. Au revoir. Better go. She's coming in with a towel to kill me now. See you. Bye. 999. Remember. Good night, folks.